This is just me streaming Solforge, don't mind me.
I wonder.
Looks like I'm not streaming Solforge, but I am. I'm just winning this game real quick, and then I'm going to jump into some Solforge drafts. And I made the category Solforge because it looks like this is going to be done in about, let's say, this much time till the game's over. Here's a visual indicator of when this game will end. Boom, baby! Well, I don't normally BM, but if my opponent ropes me, I guess I have to BM them. Boom. There's the biggest Jade golem I can make. Oh, shit. I BM'd too hard. Alright, I BM'd way too hard. Sorry about that. Alright, there we go. Game's over. It's the biggest BM. You should never kill them. You just make them leave. I had some rogue quests to do, as you can see. We are done with that. And let's play some Solforge. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. Gonna do some Solforge drafting, some Drafterino. We have a draft yesterday, still in progress, so I'm going to take a look at that deck and just talk about it here for a second before I jump into the games. First picked a Bottomless Puncture. I think this card's super sweet. If they have poison, or I'm sorry, if they have Tempest creatures out, it just gives you a win condition for not much setup. The only real setup being that it only works, I guess, like 1 out of every 3 games or so. But we're due for that because we're moving on to game 3. We have Venom Drinker to go along with it, though I've drawn this combo and declined to cast it because I think it's a little silly. But we do also have 1 Venom Fang and a Shimmer Fang Serpent and 2 Ghost Scale Cobras. So there's the potential for it. We have a 2 Zithian Hulks, a Dire Hound, and a Contagion Lord, as well as a Sorrow Harvester and a Dr. Frankenbaum. So those are all pretty solid. We've got 3 Blight Skull Phantasms, which are just good cards. Ferocious Roar and Lotus, which are also good cards. And then Torrent Soldier, Shard Plate, Grove Huntress, 3 Wirewood Rangers. So, decently solid deck, and it can definitely do some powerful things. I should have queued for the match already. That is my fault. But yeah, decently solid deck, and nothing too crazy. I wouldn't actually say there's like a poison theme. We just have some poison cards that are good underdrops, and maybe we have Venom Drinker. I'm not even convinced that we have Venom Drinker in the deck. I just kind of thought it would be funny. I always get lost here when I'm talking and trying to navigate this client. So here we go. We've got Blight Skull, Zithian Hulk, and Venom Fang. I like Hulk. I think he levels reasonably well. Though 14, 17, 8, 11. This guy's about the same. You know what? Yeah, let's level Blight Skull. He actually levels just about the same. He's slightly weaker, and that's potentially weak enough on rank 2. Ooh, we got the combo. Bottomless Puncture, Venom Drinker. I forgot Torrent Soldier. Boom! We did it. We did it, baby. Finally, Bottomless Puncture pays off. And it pays off big time. Oh, we could even Venom Drinker here. No, that's too crazy. That's crazy talk. But we do have Torrent Soldier, I was going to say, to trigger this poison, which is kind of funny. But let's go Bottomless Puncture here. And I'm going to Torrent Soldier to get some damage on Borean Stormweaver so we can guaranteed take it out. But we have our win condition. We don't have to do anything else the rest of the game. 1 in 3 games, Bottomless Puncture works. So it was about time. Opponent has a Leyline Vermin, and they're going to just kill this with triggers, which is pretty cool. So we can Shimmerfang this to knock it off. Or we can Blight Skull to chump block it. Oops, sorry. I don't hate the trade. Sometimes I like keeping Shimmerfang Serpent as an underdrop in the deck, but yeah, I'll just make the play. We don't have to worry about what cards we're leveling. We already did our win condition. The win condition part, that's already taken care of. Win condition's a Bottomless Puncture. And our opponent did play 1 Utara card, so our opponent will have some Utara cards as well. We have a decent hand here too. Contagion Lord on the rank up is always sweet. Well, it's kind of a mixture because Contagion Lord early on in the player level means you get to level more cards. Contagion Lord later on in the player level, wow, my opponent has played a lot of Stormweavers. Wowie zowie. Okay. This winds up being a pretty good block. I could have gone for a Lotus play. You know what, I probably should have. But this level's 2 Wirewood Rangers. I think this puts us in a decent spot. Neither of our creatures can die just to this Stormweaver activation. There we go. I got a Stygian Lotus anyways. I'm not sure if I actually want a Stygian Lotus there, but we got one. Wow! Wow, that's a lot of Borean Stormweavers. My opponent... Oh my god, I should shut up, because the more I talk, the more my opponent is going to play Borean Stormweavers. And that's insane. Oh god. So I wonder if I even have a good Stygian Lotus play here. Like... Not really, because I get to play 3 cards. So the most I would want out of Lotus would be a double Lotus anyways, and I could get a triple with the block here, but I want to eat this right now. So I think I'm just going to eat this with Swamp Moss. We'll trade. I will knock my opponent down a little bit. And then let us activate targeting itself. And then I think I'm going to do this. And I'm going to play Ghost Scale. And then I'm going to pump Bright Tusk. So now my opponent has to put both pings here, or I keep a 7/1, or I guess they could kill the Seedling, or they'll just kill the Ghost Scale Cobra. And I think they will just kill the Ghost Scale Cobra. So maybe I could have just blocked, like, with a Lotus there or something. Okay. Doesn't matter. We already have our win condition. We don't need to worry about any of this stuff. We got our win condition, no big deal. Borean Stormweaver is so strong. How am I going to deal with all these? I think I have to not block this one so that I can get ahead of the next ones. I could have even put poison on this one and blocked this one. Maybe that was better. Yeah, but I have a Grave Pact. So Grave Pact is good. And we have our win condition. I don't think this is gonna work out as well as I need it to. My opponent played, I think, 6 Borean Stormweavers. Wow. That's pretty crazy, too. Alright, well, here we just Grave Pact and cross our fingers. But I'm not loving this. I would love to draw another Bottomless Puncture. Alright, Torrent Soldier, Contagion Lord. Those at least get to block, and then we get a free level 2 Spore Torrent for 3 poison. So it's like drawing Bottomless Puncture, eh? Alright, maybe it doesn't do the same thing that we are asking from Bottomless Puncture. But it still does something here. Okay, double Ursine Strengths. That's going to be pretty tough. Wow. I think we have to make blocks here. I could just open lane my creatures, but I think I have to make blocks. My life total's so low that I'm going to need to block these creatures next turn with like potentially level 1s I draw. It is Contagion Lord on the rank up, though. Excuse me again. It's Contagion Lord on the rank up. Taking 26 damage from Magma Hound this turn and next turn, though, is... That's almost half my life total. And I'm taking an additional 13. So that's 39. That'll put me down to 19. I don't think I can afford to go down to 19. Especially if my opponent has more pump, that would just be devastating. That would just mean I lose. So do we block with Torrent Soldier? Yes, we do. Alrighty. Well, that's a little scary. But now we can play our level 1 on one of these dogs. We drew the free Spore Torrent. We drew Venom Fang. We have a Bright Tusk Sower, which will act as our level 1 and potentially more. We can distribute 8 poison amongst their team. That can die to a poison trigger as well. I think. Well, no, because we said we wanted to poison this and this, right? I could just block Venom Fang here, and then I get to poison this, and I open lane the Bright Tusk 8/8. I could also just take this 13, and Spore Torrent ends this. And then I'm going Venom Fang here, poison this, Bright Tusk to fill the lanes. So I take 13, but I don't take 4. And this would actually... No, it's not going to survive the poison regardless. It's not going to survive the poison regardless, then do I just dodge it completely? I don't think so because he's got pump in the deck. Oh, but it means I could play Wirewood Ranger. Alrighty, Wirewood Ranger it is. Going real low here. Then we're going to play some snakes that will probably just die to his dogs. But we have some snakes. We're definitely getting way too low on life total here. Yeah, that's going to be impossible to beat. I mean, I can Shimmer Fang it, which is going to do work against it. But my life points are already so low. Actually, Shimmer Fang can do considerable work because Shimmer Fang with a +2/+2 is 7, 7, and 7, which is 21. But I'm not sure I want to count on, like, I don't know if I want to leave this. Oh, well, it'll be unblocked on my turn, so I'll get the opportunity to chump block it again. I could make it 9 and 9. That doesn't change anything. All right, he does have the Air Sign Strength, which I thought he might. That'll still die to Ghost Scale Cobra, so that's not a huge deal. It'll also die to Zithian Hulk and Stygian Lotus. So, yeah. I guess we play Stygian Lotus. I'd rather level that than the Ghost Scale. Though, Ghost Scale's fine. It trades with this. Alright, Ghost Scale got good. So let's see. This can deal 4. So it can knock out our Stygian Lotus. So maybe we want to grow our Lotus there. If we grow our Lotus... So what happens? It's going to take 5 on his turn. Then on our turn it'll take 5 poison. And then we'd have to block it for 5. So that it dies. That's everything. Yeah, and we want to block it anyways. So let's just grow Lotus so that he doesn't just get to kill that guy for free. Oh, now I don't want to block it. Oh, this is a really tricky... This is really tricky here because I've got Contagion Lord and Wirewood Ranger. The 2 creatures that I don't want to block with because they are 2 level 3 creatures other than Torrent Soldier. Alright, well, doesn't really matter anyways. We lose. And he's got Exaxes. Oh well. Can't win them all. That means we get to start a brand new draft on stream today because that one ended. So there's always a bright side. Let's join the draft. Grimgaunt Predator. That guy is pretty good. I'm definitely happy to take him. We can do some weird stuff with him. We can grab like Bitterfrost Totem. Bitterfrost Totem might also just be the best card. I mean, none of the other cards are particularly exciting. And this is a -6/-6. So yeah, let's grab Bitterfrost Totem and let's go off with our Grimgaunt Predator here. Abyssal Maul is pretty good if we can get some Abomination things going. So let's grab some A-Bombs. We can grab an A-Bomb here, or we can just grab Grove Huntress. Grab Grove Huntress. That's a tricky one. But yeah, let's grab Grove Huntress. And that's fine. Phytobomb, there's actually a surprising amount of synergy with. It's also just a sweet card. It can, prevent you from dying for a turn, but it's good with Grimgaunt Predator. And that's kind of the theme of the deck. Also, if we pick up anything like Roar or Epidemic, which are obviously good cards, that becomes a sweet play with Phytobomb. Phytobomb automatically triggers your formation for Scourge Knights. So we'll take Scourge Knights here. Maybe that's the draft, is like every card has to have synergy with the previous card that we took. Except Abyssal Maul didn't work because we didn't pick an Abomination before it. Or after it. So I'll grab Scourge Knights. I think Aether Wolves are good. Steg is good. Graveborn Glutton is good. And Glowpipe Siren isn't bad either. Wait, Legion Titan. Legion Titan becomes a 9/9 with the Phytobomb. Or it becomes a 9/8 because it takes one from the plants. That's pretty sweet, but I'm going to grab the Abomination, make sure our Abyssal Maul turns on here. So that works with Phytobomb, but I'm just going to take a Swamp Moss Lurker here. The point is just everything works with Phytobomb. That's all I want you guys to know. The card is sweet. It's going to make some sweet things happen. I'm going to take the Zithian Hulk over the Sorrow Harvester. It's just got slightly better stats. Does it actually? It's got 1 more toughness at every level. Is that really worth not potentially drawing a card every once in a while? I don't know. Drawing a card every once in a while seems sweet to me. Yeah, I like the idea of drawing a card. Let's do that. And here we can negate mobility, which doesn't go along with Grimgaunt Predator. But other than that, we're not likely to have that much mobility in our deck. But I think Bright Tusk works fine. We really want a Spring Dryad, I think, this draft. Without having the Spring Dryad, I don't know if we pick up the Aether Wolves or not. I think I just grab Grove Huntress because it's just a solid card. And I'll take Glutton over Shimmerfang here. We definitely want more A-bombs, and it's a good win condition too. These cards are all good. I think I'm actually just going to take Durg Banshee. It seems a little bit weird because both of these seem to work so much better with Phytobomb, which is, you know, the main thing that we are, that I've been talking about with every other pick. I think Durg Banshee's a really good card, though, and I'm not sure if everybody realizes how good it is, but it's essentially a 4-8, and then it's essentially an 8-14, and then it's a 14-22. Those are all really good numbers. You have to block with it, but you also get to block with it. Let's take another Graveborn Glutton. Those are good in bigger numbers. They get to pile on the damages so that they actually add up to a relevant number. I'll take Ghost Scale here. I think I want to grab the Abomination when in doubt. I only have one Abomination Matters card. What else? I guess I only have two good like underdrops with Swamp Moss Lurker and Ghost Scale Cobra, so that like a Dendrify could be reasonable. But I think we can make Zithian Hulk work. And could take a second Bitterfrost Totem. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's not really a good card. What else? How many ways do I have to trigger Corpse Crawler? I guess Abyssal Maw is fine. Phytobomb and Scourge Knights are fine. The 1-1. Yeah, a whole bunch of cards I don't really want to play. Let's grab you Pterodon Molar. Let's grab a Dire Hound. Good underdrop and solid card. I'm going to grab Swamp Moss over the Abomination, I think, here. Yeah, I would just rather have Swamp Moss in my deck. And I am going to grab an Abomination over Fangwood Bear because we've picked up so many A-bombs throughout this draft. I've got 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I guess, yeah, 7. That we will probably get the trigger off of this, which will make that a pretty good card. Spite Hydra is still not bad, even without the trigger from it. So without the trigger, it's a 5/5 that's going to grow sometimes. If it can ever eat something, it's kind of like another Grimgaunt in that respect. And with things like Abyssal Maw, that does kind of work with the Spite Hydra as well. So I think that that's slightly better than Durg Banshee, but this is actually pretty close. I will take the Heroic, though. It's just a little bit sweeter, if nothing else. And I'll grab another Abomination. That's fine. Wirewood Ranger is a favorite. And then I've got the choice of Wirewood Ranger or Abyssal Maw. I think Abyssal Maw gets better the more that you have. Because just being able to continually slam them down, play Abyssal Maw every single turn, they're like Spirit Wanderers in that way. So I think I want Abyssal Maw. And let's just do it up. Speaking of Spirit Wanderers, let's take Grove Matriarch. I have the option for Torrent Soldier, which I think I underrated at first. I think that card is pretty good. I also have Fangwood Bear, which is a pretty solid card. I like Stegodon. I like Tangle Sprout as an underdrop. I think Witherfrost Banshee is even okay. But let's take Torrent Soldier. I have definitely come around to like that card. Is this when they gain life? Yes. So we have an Abomination, or we have a Phytobomb. This deck is the bomb for sure. Some of those bombs are A-bombs, and some of those bombs are Phytobombs. At this point, I think there is more value in Abominations. Because we only have 2 real cards that go with this. Grimgaunt Predator and Spite Hydra, and both of those are already good. If we had a Spring Dryad, I would take this. And we might still draw a Spring Dryad, which I think I would still take. But I think because we don't have one yet, I just want to grab a Frankenbomb and a Frankenbomb and a Frankenbomb and be happy with that. Alright, I can't pretend that wasn't ridiculous. I was going to just try to play it cool. But yeah, that was pretty silly to be able to get 3 Dr. Frankenbombs in a row right there. And I think we actually might want like Glowstride Stag just to gain life while we're dealing them damage and kind of tempo them out at the end game here. So we've got a bomb to drop on our opponents, a Dr. Frankenbomb, and some Frankenbombs, some Graveborn Gluttons. We're going to go heavy on the Abomination theme, and we will get to see how that works out. I mean, we're like almost playing a constructed deck with just how many Abominations we're actually playing. So we're just going to play every Graveborn Glutton we see, every Zithian Hulk we see, because we want to get the Abyssal triggers. Not sure about the Dire Hound, but all the other cards don't really level that well. This card is fine on level 2. On level 3, it scales off kind of significantly. We may still want it. We'll see what my opponent plays on board. I'm probably just going to play the best play for the board. And maybe that's just Zithian Direhound, especially if they block here with, like, I don't know, a creature with 4 toughness, and then I just get to get in 6 damage. There's a chance that later in the game, Zithian Direhound would provide more utility for us, but that's good enough right there. Alrighty, and my opponent is Ropin. So obviously they are so intimidated by the Graveborn Glutton that they don't know what to do. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11, 13 Abominations in my deck. That's pretty good. It's a pretty good number of Abominations to have. Yeah. It's hard to really talk about what else we want to play without really seeing our opponent's plays here. Can discuss a lot of different random hypotheticals that probably won't come up. But for now, we are just waiting on our opponent. It is round 1 in the draft, so we could be playing against somebody that doesn't really care that much, that like didn't actually show up to the draft. Or, I mean, it could be somebody that doesn't care that much and then saw the Graveborn Glutton and actually was just like, you know what, fuck this, I'm not playing against Graveborn Glutton again. Because this card can be annoying to play against. Sometimes you like stabilize the board and you're like, alright, I finally got it. I've dealt with the Graveborn Glutton. Only to find out that your life total is not high enough and you die. Looks like this is going to be a timeout here. Alright, well this is very exciting content. We can even hear the just the wind blowing in the background. I'm gonna go grab some water while my opponent times out here, and I will be right back. Alrighty, and it looks like we won. That was a tough one. But we did it. Might have to restart Solforge here. Looks like it is lagging out on me, so hold your ears. And let's jump in the game. Oh, shit. Dark turkey. Always Graveborn Glutton. That's the rule. And I think I'm pretty likely to go Frankenbaum Wirewood Ranger here. Do I want to knock that guy out while I can? Nah. I guess I'll go Frankenbaum center lane with Wirewood Ranger in the side, so that if my opponent plays a Nexus Technician, I can do the pump there. So I think the order of cards that we want to level is Graveborn Glutton. No, I think we just want to play all Abyssal Mauls first. Because we're going to hit. We're going to hit on the Abyssal Mauls. But what we get to do here, actually, is I could also level Torrent Soldier. I could level Torrent Soldier, but the thing is I've got good... well, I want to play Abyssal Maul, right? So I guess I could play Torrent Soldier here. I think I just want to keep the Dr. Frankenbombs going. Especially because I can make a bunch of stuff happen right now. So I'm pretty sure this is the play. I shrink here, and then I pump this guy. So both of my guys survive. I hit them for 5. I get them with 2 Frankenbomb triggers. Oh, I do need to be paying attention to formation. Though I think I'm going to play Graveborn Gluttons before I play Scourge Knights. This is just an aggro draft. I changed my mind. Scourge Knights it is. If I can kill something so clean like that. So get them for 2 triggers. Let's go Graveborn Glutton. I could go Phytobomb, but we'll go Graveborn Glutton into Scourge Knights. Shrinking Nexus Overwatch. My opponent is at 89. This is the lowest I've ever had an opponent, I think, while streaming. I'm sure I've had some games that I've like won on 1.4 or whatever in draft, but yeah, this is definitely up there. So that's going to trade off, so I'm going to lose my guy here. I think I will Zithian Direhound, though, and I'm just going to kill the Bright Tusk Sower. I could kill both of these Technosmiths with my Direhound, but I'd rather just keep the aggressive creatures on board, and then I'll play that Wirewood Ranger. Let's get some A-bombs. Alright, the fact that this guy isn't sticking around means that we likely will only get 1 Abyssal Maw trigger, but we'll play Sorrow Harvester along with it, and it'll be fine. It's a -5/-5, so it'll deal with this pretty nicely. And we do also have the +2/+2 to consider. So another option is to use that -6/-6 to get in 10 damage. But I think I'm already over that. Let's go... like this. There's a few different plays that can be made there, I think, but I think this play's reasonable. Which are some Graveborn Gluttons and some Abyssal Mauls. And I'm sure some of my creatures are going to be dying off, so I might be able to draw cards to see if I get something slightly better. I don't know exactly what that would be. Oh, okay, but it allows him not to have to replace there. And then I have the option of if I want to go center lane or not. Oh, but my guys aren't dying. So that's interesting. I think I go Glutton and I shrink his Nexus Overwatch. I think that's better than pushing in the damage. We get him for 12. So he's at 64, and we only have to deal another half of his life total. Still have a lot of level 2s in the deck. We only drew half of our level 2s, looks like. Yeah, we drew 3 out of 7. It's not horrible, I guess, but... I mean, we're definitely winning. Not winning the whole game, but winning with the current board state. So this is pretty reasonable. I will level a Torrent Soldier here. And then I'll level a Swamp Moss Lurker, as it's just the most offensive damage. We hit him for 15, down to 55 now. So now we actually have him down to below half of his life total. And I drew Torrent Soldier and Graveborn Glutton. Those are both solid cards. 3 poison off the free level 2 Spore, so that'll finish off the Technosmith. Or... no, it'll probably just finish off the Technosmith. Oh, we're to finish off this Technosmith instead. Yeah, we'll finish off this one, and then we'll positive battle over here. Meanwhile, we hit him for 8 down to 45. And we're going to dodge the center lane by putting our guy in 4. So we put our guy down to 45. We have double his life total. And we've got some abominations in play. So we're going to get to give something -9, -9. I could go for an additional 3 damage on him. Or I could play a Wirewood Ranger. I think that is probably going to be more beneficial for us. Opponent goes with a trade. That's why I love Swamp Moss Lurker as a proactive 1-drop. It winds up trading with so much stuff anyways. My opponent gets a pretty good play there, though. Roaming Warclaw to trade off with the 2 guys. Now, this is going to deal 2 to 8. So let's say this deals 5 damage. Our opponent is at 40. Oh, I forgot. We have a -9, -9. So our guy's not going to die. So let's do like this. Get you for 11. Play Wirewood Ranger. We still have an Abomination on the battlefield. I could have just gone double Abyssal Maul there, too. That would put my opponent down to 26. I don't hate that play, but I think this winds up working out pretty well for us. I'm not sure if my stream is live right now. Oh, it looks like I am from the chat. Okay, I just refreshed my stream there. And I'm good. So I get to hit my opponent for 15 here. I can play Sorrow Harvester here, and that's kind of free, and I would get to draw a card. What's tricky about that play is, I guess, because of this +3/+3 that I have, the Bright Tusk Sower could also trade here, but I could still play the Bright Tusk Sower. So let's play the Sorrow Harvester, see if I draw anything better. I think that's the best play. I could also pump here now and then Bright Tusk the 1/1 post-combat. Alright, I drew a Grove Huntress. So now we can go like this. And it just lets me get a free 6/6. Alright, the Frankenbombs are in. If we can trade these off, we get a sweet 10 damage to our opponent. 5 per. Which is probably only going to translate into 1 Graveborn Glutton trigger of Graveborn Glutton 3. Maybe 2 of level 1, or potentially even just 1 level 2 trigger. So, looks like we're good. Our opponent does have a Stag in their own deck as well. A Glowstride Stag. So, they could be gaining some life here. I forget we're allowed to check and see what our opponent's level now with the Technosmith. That was a new thing that I just learned. So first they leveled Shardplate Delver. We never saw it. Then they leveled a Scrapforge Titan. Uh-oh. But we never saw it. Then they leveled another Scrapforge Titan. A Grove Huntress. So they actually leveled pretty solid cards. They leveled a War Tusk. That's good. Everything that they've leveled has been really good. Pummel Pack. That card has beaten me before. Then they level a Warclaw on rank 2. They level a Forge Guardian Beta. We saw that. They play the Glowstride Stag, I think, there. They level the War Tusk, so they do have a level 3 War Tusk in the deck. They level the War Tusk again, or maybe I just scrolled up. They leveled... Did they level anything here? No, that was the turn they played the Warclaw. They level Bright Tusk, they level Ordnance Captain, and that brings us to our current turn where they level Scrapforge Titan 2. I didn't realize the clock was waiting on me. Yeah, I think we're just going to go for damage. My opponent has some Scrapforge Titans in the deck. So this will hit him for 5, and then potentially played that wrong, that I could have just positive blocked. But Graveborn Glutton should be enough to seal the deal, bearing any Glowstride Stag shenanigans. Yeah, I could see my opponent's clock was running, so I just figured I would continue to look at cards that they leveled. And then I scrolled down to the end of it, and I'm like, wait, they didn't make this play yet, but turns out they did. There's a car alarm going off. I am just gonna go make sure that's not mine. I'll be right back. It was not mine. We're good. We're safe. Graveborn Glutton can positive battle here. It gets turned around by a any kind of pump effect, but it also might just be lethal too. So I'm not going to care about it too much. 4 to 8, so that averages out to, 4 to 12, so that averages out to 8. So we are exactly 50-50 to just win the game with this here. And, yeah, so he goes for the pump. He had that. His guy actually survives, though it'll die to Scourge Knights. Maybe not. Maybe that has to die to Scourge Knights. At which point we are just hanging on, but we get the 50-50. We might have actually been in some shit if we had not rolled the 50-50. But we did, so we good. And by been in some shit, I mean had to draw one more A-bomb. Let's fire off the next draft round here. Take a look at the deck again for those of you just joining us. We got started with Grimgaunt Predator, which is pretty solid. I picked up an Abyssal Maul and then just grabbed everyone mostly that I saw. Graveborn Gluttons, Sorrow Harvesters, Zithian Hulk, and grabbed 3 Dr. Frankenbombs in the last 4 picks of the draft. That was pretty funny. If you weren't watching when that happened, I will have that VOD up on my YouTube channel tonight. So, yeah, I would definitely recommend checking that out. It was pretty funny. I decided not to go with the Abyssal Maul. I think I got a little bit punished here because now I'm not going to want to play the Abyssal Maul again. And if you just play it, then the next one's so much better. So I'm not sure. But yeah, I want to do a shameless plug real quick. If you go down to the panels section of my Twitch page, oh shit, Hungering Strike. That's pretty good. You'll see a little part on links you to my YouTube channel. If you follow that as well as following the stream, both of those things help me out. If you're enjoying the content, it will help other people find the content and be able to enjoy it as well. I should not have put Grimgaunt Predator all the way over there. I was too busy plugging my shit. But yeah, Grimgaunt Predator probably should have gone in 3 so that it had some solid spaces to maneuver to. But no matter. Alright, Blightwalker. Here's my favorite thing to do against a Blightwalker. Round 1. And it kind of worked out well because he blocked a mobility creature with it. But I just move. I'm just going to move out of the way. And I'm just going to la la la, can't hear you. And we just ignore it. Because that trigger will only happen on level 1 creatures. So we're good. It's just going to hit us for a few damage, and then we'll draw a level 2 creature in 2 or 3 turns now. Dark Turkey, great game. Yeah, I needed that 50-50 at the end there. I mean, obviously I had more abominations in my deck, but it wasn't until like almost the last turn that oh, cool. Yeah, I didn't check until the very last turn to see what you'd leveled, and I went through and I was like, oh shit, this guy's got a bunch of Scrapforged Titans and Asperian War Tusks in his deck. So I was like, I hope I like win right now because yes, yeah, you needed the Glow Stride for the A-bomb damage as well. I saw you leveled that guy too. Yeah, pretty fun game. So I could play a Dr. Frank. I want to play Scourge Knights to change this trade into a positive battle for me. And I can just play Dr. Frankenbaum. But this is such a good target for Spite Hydra. And this is going to be such a good target for Spite Hydra too. It's also going to be a good target for Grimgaunt Predator. So that's another reason to just actually leave this Blightwalker around forever. I think I like this. It gives us a 6/6. Nah, maybe that's wrong. Maybe we just want to play all the abominations we can. Yeah, pretty much just a race for you to draw Scrappy. I mean, you had other big bombs too, but you had to draw Scrappy or something else just a little bit earlier. So we have the Grove Matriarch here. I think I'm just going to let that Blightwalker do its thing. All it's going to do is eventually give me a better Grimgaunt Predator. Or eventually be sacrificed to Grave Pact me. Okay, that too. Alright, so we will glutton up here, and I'm just trying to think about potential Scourge Knight plays. The only other thing I'm thinking is where Grimgaunt Predator wants to go. Let's do like this. Cool, thank you very much, Dark Turkey. I appreciate the feedback. Got level 3 beta on 4.1. Gotcha. Yeah, and the Huntress, I knew when I played my Graveborn Glutton I was playing it into a potential Grove Huntress to make that into a positive battle for you, but I still was rolling 50-50 on the trigger there, so that seemed like it was a fine thing to play into. Do we just play a bunch of Frankenbombs here, or do we play Graveborn Glutton? This Graveborn Glutton is going to deal 1 to 4 damage. This guy's going to deal 2, so I guess it just averages it out. But this will probably deal more damage over time because it's going to count this guy, and it might count this guy as well. So yeah, you got to see the other side of the table from this deck, Dark Turkey. But this deck has got a lot of abominations in it. I've got 3 Graveborn Gluttons, 3 Dr. Frankenbombs, 3 Abyssal Maul. So it is kind of an all-in abomination theme. I will definitely let you know, though, if I want to try to do something together in the future. That could be a lot of fun. That is a pretty good block for Blightwalker, from my perspective, getting to trade there. Though, let's look. What do we want to keep around? Because we've got... I mean, I could even level Bitterfrost Totem. There's probably no need to, though. I guess we want to play a Swamp Moss Lurker on the offensive and then just trade off my Abyssal Maw. So Abyssal Maw, this is kind of tricky. Abyssal Maw can either trade here. Good game, again, Dark Turkey. Abyssal Maw can either trade here and kill the Blightwalker, pushing in 3 points of damage and triggering this Dr. Frankenbomb. Or Abyssal Maw can just kill the Southhide Stegodon and stick around and be an abomination that exists on the battlefield. Because if we draw Abyssal Maw next turn, then we're going to potentially want an abomination on the battlefield. Let's go for damage. Let's just make the best damaging play. This hits him for 11, I think. Maybe I did that math wrong. But yeah, this hits him for a little bit more here. And that will die, hopefully, to the Scourge Knights. Yeah. Oops. Let's play these in the right order. We'll just take care of Harbinger of Spring. I mean, realistically, even if my opponent plays like Aether Hounds next turn, it's still going to die to Scourge Knights. But I would rather have an 8/8 and my opponent have a 6/3 than not having that, which is effectively what the other option would be. That's also a perfect opportunity for Grimgaunt Predator to have a little snack there. And my Swamp Moss Lurker is putting in some work there. It gets to trade. This is also going to be a trade, which is a little less fortunate, but still perfectly acceptable. We hit our opponent for 8 down to 51. Play another Graveborn Glutton, and we doing it. So my opponent is now, or I guess they were down to the halfway point when they were at 59. So down to half of their life points. Pretty good. And that's enough for our opponent to throw in the towel there. I never noticed that before. You hear that little noise? I'm not sure if you guys can even hear it. I've got the in-game sounds turned down, way down low. Well, I guess by making that noise, I may have caused the client to crash, so I will reload the client real quick. We'll cover yours. I'll mute. Oh, that part was loud too. Sorry. I just know I hate that noise myself. Alright. but we are jumping back in the draft here. Currently 3-0. Pretty easy 3-0 so far. Turkey gave us a little bit of a run for our money, but we were definitely in a good position that whole game. But yeah, other than that, we've just been making people lose their life total and lose their minds, hopefully. I don't wish any ill will on any of my opponents, but I do want to crush them into oblivion. And I think that's a fair balance, a fair line to be on, right? You want to be somewhere between very respectful, very courteous, and BMing the fuck out of them, making them want to quit Solforge and never play again. And it's all about finding that balance, baby. I don't usually BM. I think the only time I BM is when my opponents like run the clock out or anything like that. There used to be don't even know what to call it, a scum maneuver that me and my friends used to refer to as time scumming. So there's people that when they leave the game, they the abomination mirror, and this guy has the right idea. You just want to play your abominations to you just want to play your abyssal maul to get your abyssal mauls online. So that makes sense. But we got a lot of abominations here too. So if you're going to lose a game, you can concede. You can press the battle button, let your opponent take their turn. That's effectively conceding. And it means you don't have to click this side of the screen. You can just keep your hand here. You might be able to still spacebar it. I'm not sure. I think they removed that feature. Or you can let the clock run out. And that's not great. I don't encourage it. It wastes your opponent's time, but it also means that you can just quit the app or something like that. So I understand it. I don't fully appreciate it, but I get why people do it. You're like, all right, I'm losing. I don't even want to look at Solforge anymore. You quit the app. Sometimes it also happens by accident. I used to draft a lot on my cell phone, just in bed, and then I would answer a text message and forget was playing Solforge, and I'd just fall asleep. Obviously, stuff like that happens. I'm not really going to fault anybody for doing something like that. Let's go here and here. But the thing that is bad, that people used to do a lot more of, is, and this was back when timers were 20 minutes long, there was no rope in the game. The rope is I don't want to say new, but I think it came with the new clients. It used to just be you had 20 minutes to make all of your decisions. Your clock started counting down the second you started taking your turn. And I'm going to stop talking for a second because this turn's kind of interesting. I definitely want to play Abyssal Maul and just keep that shit running. Abyssal Maul here, shrinking this, seems really good. And then it's just a matter of, do I want to play Graveborn Glutton, level Torrent Soldier? I could play Scourge Knights as well. I kind of want to play Torrent Soldier. I don't know if that's crazy, if I should just be playing Graveborn Gluttons. But putting a free spell in the deck seems like it might provide us some interesting plays later down the line. So I'm going to go for that. Gives us a 7-2, which is pretty strong. So It was 20-minute timers, and what people would do is when they were losing, they would stop playing. And obviously that's a pretty big problem. The 3 minutes and 45 seconds that you have to wait isn't that big of a deal, and actually just feels like a walk in the park compared to the oh, that's a pretty good play, compared to the 20 minutes that you used to have to wait before. But that wasn't the worst part of it. The worst part of it wasn't that people used to make you wait 20 minutes. What they would do is they would run the clock for 19 minutes, because you don't really need your clock that much in Solforge. You could get a game done and still have, because you're thinking about your plays during your opponent's turn and stuff, you could get a game done and still have 18, 19 minutes on your clock. So they would run their clock, sometimes down to even like 30 seconds, and then they'd rejoin the game, and they'd hope that whatever their opponent was doing in those 20 minutes, they still had to take care of. So they would run the clock for 20 minutes and then, or I'm sorry, for 19 minutes, and then come back and try to win the game at the last second. So that was what we referred to as time scumming, and that was pretty lame behavior, I think. I am going to block here now, though. We're both playing Abominations, so let's not take too much damage, but also I've drawn enough. Like, we're deep into the player level. I'm thinking I'm probably going to hit level 2's next turn at this point. And it's not worth the 10 damage. But, yeah, that's, I guess that's the behavior that I didn't appreciate. It's not bad. Yeah, they trade off boards with us. We get to Torrent Soldier and finish this off. If you make your deck a little bit bigger, it doesn't matter when it's for the benefit of shuffling free cards into your deck. I didn't want to just take this damage, though, because, like I said, they are playing Abominations as well. And I think we're playing more damage-dealing Abominations, but, yeah, they're still playing A-Bombs nonetheless. Works out fine, I think. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I can Bitterfrost Totem to get in 6 points. Or I can just play Dr. Frankenbaum to get in 4 points. So what's better? 4 points or 6 on the rank up? This is a -10 on level 2. It's a really close play. Bitterfrost Totem, the Abyssal Maw, or just open lane a Dr. Frankenbaum. And I want to open lane it because I'm going to Spite Hydra here regardless. I'll play Dr. Frankenbaum. That's fine. It's about the same amount of damage, about the same amount of board pressure. It keeps an Abomination on our battlefield, which I guess is slightly better for Abyssal Mauls that we might draws. Grave Pact. That's a good play. And it doesn't really level a Grave Pact because my opponent's already on player level 3. 9 plus 6 is 15. So that will persist at 11. I don't actually have any 11s. Do I have any 9s? Yes. I have 1 9. Oh, these are 11s, actually. So I do have 2 11s in the deck. So I could Phytobomb. It doesn't get me anywhere. I just wanted to cast Phytobomb. I thought about that for another second, and I was like, wait, that doesn't do shit for me. Okay, what if I hit this again with a Grove Huntress? I would put it down to 11. I'd put it down to 6. I've got 6s in the deck. So Maybe that's just a little bit more reasonable. Go Frankenbomb, nug my opponent for 5 down to 68, and then Grove Huntress. And I did draw a 6. I drew Graveborn Glutton as well as Torrent Soldier level 3, which I believe is a... Okay, that's a 4. Yeah, I'll Graveborn Glutton. That's fine. And that'll trigger alongside the Dr. Frankenbomb. And that'll put us to the... Ooh. That, shrinking that. Okay, this turn actually lines up pretty well. The only thing I will not have is an Abomination on my next turn for if I draw double Abyssal Maul. I did not draw that. I drew Glutton Frankenbomb, which is going to deal 8 plus 4 damage, so that's 12. And we just got to do that 5 more times. Easy. Easy. Just, yeah, just 5 more times drawing these 2 level 3s. Yeah, that's a good block for my opponent. I guess they didn't have any other Abominations to play and level. That goes pretty good along with Grave Pact, which he is going to get on the rank up. I am going to choose to take that damage, though. We've got Spite Hydra in the deck, and that would line up pretty well against that. There we go, there's our Spite Hydra. So, Spite Hydra gets to block that, gain 3 health, it'll be a 17-16, and then it will positive battle the 15-15. So, that works out very, very well for us. Our opponent gets a little unlucky here, it looks like, unless they've got another Grave Pact. No, they've gotten a little bit unlucky, unfortunately. Yet, fortunately for us. I could actually play the Graveborn Glutton here so that the Graveborn Glutton dies and it deals 4 more damage to my opponent, but I think we get much more equity by a positive battle with 2 level 3 creatures here. That'll give us a 21, and that'll be good, especially if we can get in that damage by giving one of their creatures -8/-8 to just push through that 20 damage for free. My opponent thinks they're like, yeah, I guess my opponent can't really be playing to level cards right now. We're already on player level 4. Alright, my opponent goes for the Death Seeker to not kill the Doctor, which is fine. Ooh, and then they have the Grave Pact. Okay, so that works out well for them. And then they positive battle the Doctor. They get 1 more play, which is Abyssal Maul without any Abominations. Abyssal Maul, no A-Bomb. 17, 4. These are all numbers. There's a lot of potential plays here. We probably want to play Graveborn Glutton. Do we need to play it actively? Not really. 6, 5, and 4 is 15. So we can take this out with Abyssal Maul plus Trigger plus Spore Torrent. But would we rather just kill this? I feel like we kind of would. So that's like... I guess we'd like to keep around the Abyssal Maul, right? In order to keep around Abyssal Maul, that would revolve around putting... Or we'd like to keep Graveborn Glutton. We can keep Abyssal Maul easily, though. Looks like we'll just keep Abyssal Maul. It's kind of like a hedge play between the 2 of them. So I'll play this. Then we will give this -5/-5 so that we actually do kill it. And then we'll just give this poison 4. So we'll take 15 damage, but we get to keep around a 6/6 Abomination, which is important with the Doctor. This will hit for an average of 8. But even if we go lowest rank triggers right now, if this hits them for 4, Oh, this is actually going to get in for 6. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we're going to get... you know what? We might just have lethal with Grove Huntress. We hit them down to 15. We hit them down to 11. Yeah, Grove Huntress would have been more than 50-50 shot at lethal. It would have been a 2 and 3 shot at lethal. Let's hop in and blow up some more abominations. We got to survive the mirror matchup that round. So, yeah, that was pretty solid. I should say too, for people that aren't catching this live, if you ever see me in the queue, feel free to stop by the stream and check it out, or give me a shout out on solforgeladder.com. I'm usually hanging out on both of those places, and I don't bite. Can talk some sweet Solforge game. Just want more people to play Solforge, you know? That's ultimately... I mean, I've got other goals in mind by streaming. Speaking of which, follow the stream and follow the YouTubes and all that jazz. But, yeah, the more people that play Solforge, shorter queue times, all that. So, it's good for everybody. Here we are faced with the option once again of Abyssal Maw being our only abomination turn 1 play. Grove Huntress is just a slightly better card. Grove Matriarch is just a slightly better card. So I think we put an abomination on the battlefield. And yeah, kind of weird. And yeah, clearly we're going to have more non-Abyssal Maw abominations on this next turn, but and I think, what did we say? I think we want to play Graveborn Gluttons first, then Abyssal Maws, then Dr. Frankenbombs. I'm really curious on this turn. Obviously Zithian Hulk is like getting the lowest nod, but I guess this card, the thing is, this card deals more damage than Graveborn Glutton, but the actual stats are weaker. Having 2 less attack is a pretty big deal, and having 3 less attack and 1 less toughness are also equally big deals. So Frankenbomb would deal 6 damage, where a Graveborn would only deal 4 here, but 4 maximum, probably 2. And you want to play all the Abyssal Mauls that you have, though. That one I'm pretty sure of. Though maybe there will be people that think I should have played the 2 damage-dealing cards there. I don't think there is a good example because there was such a good spot for Abyssal Mauls. But that's kind of the point, I guess, is that I feel like there's always a good spot for Abyssal Mauls. And that's why I think it's worth playing. I could play the Dire Hound here to push through 6 damage. I think I will get more equity out of Graveborn Glutton, though. We've got Spite Hydra and Grimgaunt Predator to deal with that 4-2 that my opponent just played. And yeah, there's Grimgaunt Predator. We also have Grove Huntress, which Grove Huntress could just eat off the second half of that while pumping Grimgaunt Predator, or maybe even pumping that or something. If that pumps the Forge Sentry, yeah, okay. Well, now we definitely want to block just Grove Huntress on this, and then we're just going to grow the Grimgaunt Predator. Actually, Grove Huntress is going to grow the Ranger, and then Ranger's going to grow the Predator. And that'll leave us pushing in one more point of damage and having a slightly bigger Ranger while still being able to eat our opponent's Ordnance Captain. It's good to draw one Dr. Frankenbaum. Those triggers do start to matter. And Scourge Knights is good. Alright, they've got that to finish off the Predator. And they've got that to finish off the Ranger. So I could eat their Matrix Warden with... Oh, this is player level 2. I could eat their Matrix Warden with Dr. Frankenbaum. But if I just wait a little bit longer, I might draw Grimgaunt Predator. I can also eat this for free with a Abyssal Maw and not feel bad. Yeah, and I also don't get punished for not blocking because I don't want to just play into Ordnance Captain. So let's just play our two biggest creatures here and here. And that looks good. Alright, now we have Abyssal Maw to be able to positive battle the Matrix Warden. Though if we don't have a good trigger for it... Nah, I think we'll have a good trigger for it. Though that's not one. And here's Ordnance Captain in the center lane. There she blows. Alright. So that means that Abyssal Maw would be trading with Matrix Warden. And I guess I can just shrink the Ordnance Captain and block it with a Graveborn Glutton. Because they're 9/5 I'll be able to trade with when I draw more level 1s next turn. Meanwhile, I also get in... what is this? 14 or 16 points of damage on my opponent. That is not bad either. Didn't draw a level 1 though. That kind of stinks. I don't know if I want to trade my Graveborn Glutton for this. Like, I would much rather trade it for Abyssal Maw, Grove Huntress, or a level 1 creature. Yeah, I'm not sure. If he pumps it, I guess I'm kind of priced into trading with it. Oh, right, he's going to pump that. Durr. Yeah. Let's just play some open lane stuff. And I'm going to put Grimgaunt Predator here because if I draw Abyssal Maw, I've got a really good play next turn. And I drew it, and I think I get pretty rewarded for this. I get to move over Grimgaunt Predator and then shrink the Siphon Infiltrator and just grow my guy to a 13/13. So that works out really well. And I could play Wirewood Ranger, or I could just play another Abyssal Maw to shrink this, or... Oh, -3/-3. So let's see. If I give this -5... So... Give this -5, it'll take 3, it'll gain 4. Alright. I think this is the play. There's a lot of different plays here. There's also plays that include just leveling up Wirewood Ranger here. Leveling up and getting him into the next player level. But I think this is the play that I was born to make. Whoops. Oh no, I don't have any abominations left. Oh no. Oh no, I messed up, y'all. I messed up. Ooh, okay, that play was a lot worse than other potential plays I could have made. I guess I don't get that punished because I've got a... And I didn't actually play the guy. I don't get that punished because the Abyssal Maw is so good here and here. And here. But what's awkward is this Grimgaunt Predator would have actually just been better to have not been played at all. Grove Huntress is also a good play now. Grove Huntress isn't bad, because if I Abyssal Maul, I actually have to shrink this, because otherwise this will survive. Don't play that first. Alright, let's just play this. Let's just get back on board. That was a pretty silly play. We'll pump here. Yeah, that was silly. I was born for that. Yes, I was born for that. Those were my exact words. Oh, that seemed like such a good play. I was like, this was the play that I was put on this earth to make. That's honestly how I felt right there. And turns out it was. I wasn't wrong. That was definitely the play I was put on this earth to make. Let's just go like this and we'll just gain some life. My opponent's like pretty low here. So maybe by just dodging, I can open up Glow Stride Stag was my biggest attack creature and also gained me life. I did seriously consider putting it here. This looks pretty good for me because my opponent can't afford to take 21. Oh, okay, that's pretty good for them. But, oh, they take out that. So they are going to take 36 damage here when I press the battle button. So that is GG. Whew. Okay, the play I was born for was an epic failure, but we are 5-0, so I'm going to just throw that in the title and let everybody on solforgeladder.com know that I'm 5-0. Just some plugin. Mad Max. Mad Max is no match for our abominations. And we got 2 abominations in the opening hand. Can't ask for much more than that. Graveborn Glutton, Abyssal Maw. So, that's pretty good. I've never tried to just like, or I can't say never, but it's been a while since I've just tried to force a draft archetype like this. So how we want to play around that is like this, so that he can't move over. If we put Graveborn Glutton in any space beside a side lane, he just gets to eat our guy. And we might be able to play Grimgaunt Predator and shrink his guy. The play that I was actually born for. Just on a slightly lower scale, so I've got a little bit less to be able to mess up here. Alright, he goes for the Techno Trade. Though he could have also Techno Traded here, so we'll see what else he has. Okay, that's fine. That doesn't mean anything. So do we want to Abyssal Maw and save anything else, or do we just want to pump Grimgaunt Predator? I think pumping Grimgaunt Predator's fine, right? Let's do this pre-combat so that we don't lose our abominations and lose our mind and lose the game. Alright, we get slightly worse creatures here. We had a lot of good cards in the last hand, I think, right? Yeah, we had Wirewood Ranger, Grove Huntress, and Hulk. We also had Spite Hydra and Grove Matriarch in the first hand. This one kind of falls off a little bit. We've got mostly cards I would consider underdrops. Bitterfrost Totem is, like, by definition, an underdrop. And Scythian Direhound is the next closest thing. Then we have Swamp Moss Lurker, Glowstride Stag, and if a creature -4/-4, an enemy creature -4. I mean, you guys see what I'm thinking, right? It's crazy. But what I'm thinking is I can Bitterfrost Totem my Abomination, move over Grimgaunt Predator, and then Zithian Direhound their Technosmith so that I have a 9/9. They're not going to be able to kill it on their turn. It's going to be a lot of damage. Fuck it. It's sweet, right? If nothing else. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not so sure. Last time I tried to do a sweet play, it backfired. I don't really care about leveling any of those cards, so hitting them for 9, and like right now they're not going to be able to deal with this. They would need, I forget what colors they are. Oh yeah, they're red. No, they could deal with it if they have the 3/6. But right, they have to chump block it and then either Matrix Warden, or they are planning on chump blocking it again, in which case I'm going to be able to hit them for 11. They're not going to have a 4... They could have a 4 damage burn spell. Nope, I'm going to get to dodge that and level a Torrent Soldier. Or a Durg Banshee, but I'll level Torrent Soldier. So yeah, this is perfect. I get in 15 damage here. I think that play worked out pretty well. Torrent Soldier, and then Graveborn Glutton. That was sweet. Grimgaunt Predator is pretty sweet. We'll be able to finish off if they play like a 4/5 right there. And then I have Abyssal Maw as well. So actually Abyssal Maw can finish off Cinder Colossus and give me a 13/13. That is a pretty good 2.1. Oh, my A-Bomb! My A-Bomb, no! Oh, I do have an A-Bomb. I've got the dog. Woo! Dog doing work. All right, buddy. Thank you very much. Good boy. Good boy. Who's a good boy? Look at this card. Don't you guys look at this card and just think, good boy? That's what I think. So yeah, now we're in a real good spot. We can Phytobomb to grow our Grimgaunt Predator even more. Though Grove Huntress pumping this and finishing off the Technosmith seems pretty strong. And I think we will likely avoid Steam Sentinel. Let's crash in for 14 here. Looks like we're going to be 6-0 pretty soon. I don't want to start counting my chickens. But I got 2 pretty strong chickens right here. That's all I'm saying. Grimgaunt Predator gets to move over, eat this with the Scourge Knights, maybe eat something else with Abyssal Maw. Yeah, this guy, this deck was... I mean, I did first pick Grimgaunt Predator and then kind of draft around him. Alright, that's a level 2 Siphon Augmentation, so that's pretty good. I get a little bit punished by putting my creature in the center lane, but that's going to pay off immediately after when I get to eat both of these things for free. Oh, I don't get to eat them both for free because I need... Oh no, I can get Formation. A Formation like this. Look at this turn. Look at that. Woo! 26-13 Grimgaunt Predator. Alright. This game was the game I was born for. Forget about that last one. This one I was born for. Alright, we got there, and it is time for the last round. I am just going to update the title here. And let's hop in the queue. I probably should, with the amount of time that it takes to find a match, I should just hop in the queue immediately. This is going to be our 8th game played as well. Yeah, this will be our 8th game played, so we also get a free event ticket out of it. So that's pretty good. I was running low on event tickets. I just dropped below 600. So I was getting a little scared there. But looks like we're doing good. Deville. Let's lead with Graveborn Glutton. He's been pretty strong for us. And we got Frankenbombs and Grimgaunt Predators. Nothing too crazy is going to happen here. There are so many people getting packages today. I've seen so many FedEx and UPS cars driving by outside my window. It's like the 6th one I've seen today, I think. Oh, one was the mail, I guess. So that doesn't count at all. That happens almost every day. It also might just be like one FedEx guy and one UPS guy, and they're lost, and they just keep driving around my neighborhood. That could be the case too. Not sure. Either way, we've got a delivery to make to our opponent, and we're going to mail him a bomb. An A-bomb, obviously, but yeah, somebody that doesn't show up would be... Maybe I am in the Truman Show. Oh, yeah, everything's just like circular. You know, that movie, Truman Show, fucked with me so much as a little kid. When I have kids, yeah, maybe this game's also a timeout. When I have kids, they are... There's a lot of things to think about when you have children. It's what are you going to tell them about the world and the universe? When are you going to educate them about... I mean, I guess there's a lot going on with genders and things right now, but one thing that I'm concerned with is when does your kid... Oh, wait, there's two. When does your kid get to see Truman Show? And when does your kid get to see The Sixth Sense? And I think both of those are really important topics that you need to be on the same page with your significant other. Because The Sixth Sense is kind of another thing, but The Truman Show just fucked with me. I really thought I was on The Truman Show, and that's why, I went into... it's not why. I'd always been kind of a silly kid, and I liked to sing and stuff like that, but I did entertainment and theater and went to college for communications and broadcasting and writing, and I think part of that stems back to the idea that I thought people were always watching me. And... Ooh, you know what's kind of neat? Normally stuff gets blocked by Grimgaunt, or stuff blocks Contagion Lord, and Contagion Lord's like, ha, I dealt damage to you. I'm gonna dip out. But if that's something as Grimgaunt Predator, you dip out, but then you just grew Grimgaunt Predator. So, you get to choose whether you want it to be a 7/7 or a 7-3, or you can just trade with it, but then I can move. But yeah, that movie just fucked with me. And for a while, I thought I was on the Truman Show. Every once in a while, when I was alone, I would just go, "Stop watching me!" My show was canceled. Brutal. Yeah, I mean, I have to think, like, this right now, like, I mean, it's this would be obviously fun to watch if you enjoy Solforge, but Solforge isn't enjoyed by, like, the masses yet. There has to be, like, sorry, I'm just looking at the screen and thinking about my turns and plays as well. I don't know if I was exactly making my point, but like, my life hasn't always been that exciting. Like, I feel like there would be more weird shit happening in my life if I lived on the Truman Show. But I guess that was kind of the point too. Like, his life was pretty mediocre. People watch fucking Desperate Housewives too, so I don't know. But maybe that's not super mediocre either. I think we want to hit them for 5. I wasn't thinking about this game at all. I'm just, like, looking for cameras around my room right now. I'm like, all right, where could they be hiding cameras? You're not on the Truman Show. You're doing okay, man. It's just awkward that my opponent has so many positive battles. They've leveled really good cards here. I'm pretty sure I want to play Torrent Soldier or Dr. Frankenbaum. But if I want to play Torrent Soldier, like, I could also play Dirk Banshee to just trade off with this. And I think I kind of want to get back in it a little bit, but Dirk Banshee is always going to be a good card. Torrent Soldier is always going to be good. Yeah, these are fine levels. Let's get back in the game a little bit here with these. I could have also traded off the Grimgaunt with the Contagion Lord and then just put Torrent Soldier right here. But I think this works out. Abyssal Maul gets to jump in front of this now. I am just realizing that every time a FedEx truck has drove by, my opponent has timed out. So there might be some kind of connection there. Like, maybe every time they, like, put some processes into driving a FedEx truck by, they can't also have... oh, this guy's real good, isn't he? It's the... He's not real good. He's good. Oh, fuck. Alright. Talking too much about the Truman Show. Wasn't paying attention. Alright. I don't think that's going to be too big of a deal. We're about to rank up. We're going to draw Grimgaunt Predator and just play it right there. And the rest of the field is negligible. We just would have had, like, all that would have meant, the other play that I would have made would have meant that this had slightly less health, but that doesn't actually translate into anything in the actual game. We're lucky I actually did draw the Grimgaunt Predator, but, I mean, not that lucky. I called it, right? So, that takes skill. I just didn't want him to be able to activate his thing and feel good about himself, you know? Fuck that. Alright, Torrent Soldier might be able to make something happen. If I like... Oh, Phytobomb actually could be really good here. Phytobomb also means that this guy takes 1 damage and then 3 more from the Torrent Soldier, while also taking 1 from a Seedling. Yeah, I think Phytobomb works out really well. And then gets -6/-6, so it can't Phytobomb! It can't survive a Phytobomb! What are you doing with your life if you can't survive a Phytobomb, Grimgaunt Predator? Okay, well I can build it up then. If I Phytobomb and then Torrent Soldier and Torrent Soldier the Phytobomb. But then why am I Phytobombing? I'm Phytobombing so that I have a 7/4. And a 7/4 is actually my best creature. Like a 7/4 is better than Dr. Frankenbomb. Though Dr. Frankenbomb gives me... If I play Dr. Frankenbomb here, right now this is just 4 damage, or it's 3 damage. If I play Dr. Frankenbomb, it becomes 10. But then I don't have anything for the Torrent Soldier to do. Alright, we're making weird plays this game. Why did we come here if not to make really, really strange plays, right? 7/5. 7/5's good, dude. It's gonna trade with a level 1 creature. Yeah, it's only a trade with a level 1 creature, but I don't know, it's value. My opponent spent 2 spells on their last turn to make sure my Grimgaunt Predator wouldn't grow, and then I'm like, you know what, dude? I'm gonna grow my Grimgaunt Predator. So, it's so hard to say. Grimgaunt Predator. No, the value! My opponent thinks they're getting value here, but actually, I'm getting value. Because that gives me a free target for Durg Banshee, which means I get to just make an 8/10. Which an 8/10's not that impressive, but I still get to make it. And then I can Graveborn Glutton, or I could just Durg Banshee this and Graveborn Glutton side lane. I think I might like that actually a little bit better. So this will go down to 5. Yeah, they'll still trade. So do we want Durg Banshee to survive? I think I just want to keep my A-Bomb on board. When in doubt, just play for Abyssal Maw. I don't know why that says it's a defender, but it is clearly not. Get rewarded as I draw Abyssal Maw. Maybe that's why I said Abyssal Mom. I draw my Abyssal Mommy. This is Mommy and Daddy right here. This is Daddy. And, oh, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. Pretend I didn't say anything. I'm not sure if I can unsee that now. Whoops. All right. Abyssal Maw can shrink the Nexus Overwatch here and get in an extra 8 points of damage, so that's good. Bitterfrost Totem is also leveled up right now, so that can shrink some stuff. Yeah, I kind of just want to go for damage push, which would just be just shrink both of those creatures. Though if I grow wide, that's even better, isn't it? I can just play a Wirewood Ranger and then rank up. Yeah, that's just slightly better. Like, 11 damage is good. This is probably also going to provide... Or it would be 10 damage, and this is probably also going to provide 11 damage from just being unblocked twice and pumping up that. Torrent Soldier works really well with the grow wide strategy. My opponent's life total is still really high. That's the only thing that we haven't quite talked about. I've played 2 Graveborn Gluttons and 1 Dr. Frankenbomb to get me here. Does this gain life? Yeah, it does. Okay. So my opponent has got the read on me. Oh, my opponent doesn't have any cards for me to Torrent Soldier into. That's kind of lame. We're gonna grow this one. Our opponent does have Epidemic in the deck, but we are just gonna grow wide on our creatures here. And I'm not gonna play Spore Torrent. That is okay with me. Dirk Banshee plus Dire Hound might be able to finish off a creature. I get to give something -10 attack. So that is likely to be able to eat something. This gets to eat the Dirk Banshee that we just pumped up, as well as trade with this. So that's pretty good for them. I pretty much get to eat this. Wirewood Ranger gets to save Wirewood Ranger. So that's pretty insane. Dirk Banshee's pretty clearly going to go here. And I think I go here to continue to grow wide. And then I just play... I guess I play Dire Hound and... I'll put no damage on this, I guess. I'm also kind of just playing Dire Hound to make my deck a little bit smaller. Yeah, this seems good. Oh, it's also an Abomination. So that helps as well with Dr. Frankenbaum. Our opponent has to trade a level 2 creature with Wirewood Ranger, and I don't know. They need some more help than that, though. And they have a level 3. Okay, so those two will trade. So that's pretty good. My opponent takes 25 here. So, right, this is 11. Yeah, it's 25. So that's 26. That's 27. And that's game. So that was a pretty sweet 7-0 draft. Oh. I was like, I earned 1 ticket for going 7-0. That sucks. But that was our 8th win of the day as well as our 7th win in that draft. So pretty sweet. I am still going to keep streaming, but I am also going to cut this into a YouTube clip and throw that up on my YouTube channel so that everybody can take it, or so that everybody can watch it there. So if you're watching on YouTube, thank you very much for watching. Let me know what you thought. You can follow me on stream on twitch.tv/NoLuxGiven and follow to know when I'm going to be streaming live. And if you are watching the stream, go follow that YouTube. So either way, you should be hitting that follow button on something right now. But also, it helps just watching, letting me know your feedback. I appreciate all the support that I get from you guys. And yeah, it means a lot to let you know that you enjoy what I'm making. It's still pretty early. It's about 3:30 for me. So I'm going to hop into another draft queue, and we're going to see if we can spend some of these tickets here. Soothsayer Hermit is a really, really sweet card. Epidemic's really powerful. Ritual of the Elements, Hammerfang is powerful. Aether Fate's got nerfed, so it's not really strong, and spells aren't really good in draft anyways. But Soothsayer Hermit, I think, is really strong in draft. This guy's like cast a Tempest spell. Yeah, we ain't doing that shit. We're playing Soothsayer Hermit, baby. We could go kind of on the beatdown plan a little bit more. Take you Pterodon Mauler. I like Stegodon a little bit more in general. But, I mean, the other thing that Stegodon has going for it is it has some synergies with Soothsayer Hermit. Because Steg wants to be drawn at a particular time. He wants to be drawn on the 0.4s. Um, I kind of just want to. Nah, I mean, this isn't really playing to beat down. This is playing. This card just is insane in player level 3. So let's take Steg, and we'll play for a longer game here. I think Siren is actually a reasonable pick. Tower Scout's good, but yeah, I want to take Siren. I think I will take Scout Drone. There's a lot of cards that level things, and Matrix Warden, to be honest, might just be more powerful, but Scout Drone you're not going to get to play with as much, so we're going to be able to do some interesting things with it. And if we have no other plays to make with Scout Drone, or I'm sorry, to make with Soothsayer Hermit, we can go back and we can get our Scout Drone and we can play it for free. Because Soothsayer works well with free spells. We'll take another Steg. Then we've got Squadron, Pummel Pack. And I think I'm just going to take Pummel Pack here. It means we only want to have one creature out, but we can do that. Matrix Warden's pretty good. Yeah, we'll just take that. Nexus Pilot, pretty strong. Forge Plate Sentry, also good. Levels a little bit better, but let's go solid. Let's go solid on every level. Does this challenge? No, it doesn't challenge, and then it does, and then it definitely does. I was curious how this lines up against Nexus Technician. Is that the right name? Nexus Overwatch. I think I've called it Technician before, but well, it lines up well against Nexus Technician too. Actually, really well against that, but I'm not sure if that's in the draft pool. But it does line up well against Nexus Overwatch on levels 2 and 3, where that card kind of scales off. So I think we could take it. The thing is, it's a big creature, and to be able to play that and play Pummel Pack is really strong. Forge Plate Sentry is a bomb, though, that can go in any lane and give you a lot of... It's also a strong card. I'm going to take Nexus Pilot, though. I like Pulse Mage. Pulse Mage is strong. I'm going to go with Aegis Wings to keep going on the Pummel Pack theme. It's interesting. I don't like Pummel Pack that much, but the more of them you have, the better they actually are. Because you play one, then you play another. This isn't really like that great of an analogy. But yeah, it's good in multiples. Restless Wanderer is not quite what we're looking for, especially in these colors, but Technosmith is pretty sweet. Grab Swamp Moss Lurker, grab Electronet, can grab a +5/+5. I'm just going to grab Swamp Moss. Forge Plate or Wirewood Ranger. This goes a little bit more with the theme of pumping something up really big. This goes along with the fact that the creature, or that the pump spells grant armor. So both of these are good. I'm going to go with Wirewood Ranger. And I'm going to go with Ionic War Charger. There is a little bit to be said, I think, for additional Stegodons. If we're trying to grow a creature, Stegodon is one of the better creatures to grow. Just because you hit that rank up, he heals himself for a whole bunch, which will negate some of the work that your opponent has done to bring him down already. But Ionic War Charger is just a better card in general. Do we want Technosmith? We have one card that we care about getting for free, but it's a sweet one. And Technosmith does even work well with Soothsayer. You can draw a bad card that you previously passed on and then leveled it up. I like Technosmith. I don't think I've had to make this pick before, but Technosmith is pretty strong now. And I will grab Nexus Overwatch over Nexus Pilot. I just appreciate leveling cards a lot more, and This card only trades 1 point of health over the Nexus Pilot, which typically isn't relevant. Though it is sometimes with +1/+1 effects. What was I going to say? Oh, it can also be played not center lane, and then it's just like a better Nexus Pilot, and you don't level anything. Keep the Technosmith train going. Steelskin Spelunker, I think I'm pretty happy with. That actually does make Pilot significantly better than Nexus Tech. Here we can grab a Bear as a solid creature. I'm going to grab Grove Huntress, though. It affects battle and can help soup up a big creature that we already have going. Shardplate Graft is pretty funny. That is pretty funny. You know what? When else are we gonna, like, this is a really good deck for Shardplate Graft, and it's a heroic, so you have less opportunities to play with it. So, yeah, it seems good. Well, if that wasn't our third Restless Wanderer, wow. I don't care about Jetpack. We're just going to take you Pterodon Mauler, and Restless Wanderers be damned. Here we can grab an Ursine Strength. We are running a little hot on spells right now, but just a little bit. And a +5/+5 is enough to transition our level 2 creatures, or I'm sorry, our level 1 creatures into level 2 creatures when we rank up. Because otherwise we've put all of this armor with Aegis Wings and Pummel Pack, we've put all of this armor on a creature, then our opponent just draws a level 2 creature, and it's like, okay, well, everything we've done doesn't matter. But with just one Ursine Strength, that means that it's good enough to battle with the level 2s as well. Venom Fang is a favorite. Ironbound Reinforcements is a favorite. I can take another Aegis Wings, and I think I'm going to. The more the merrier. I can throw one armor on something, which I actually like this guy. He's a little strange, but I like him. I could grab a heal as well, which I don't think this is a bad card, but we're just going to grab another armor, and I'm going to grab Technosmith over Meta Transfer, I think. Yeah. And I'm going to grab another Technosmith. And we are going to see how big we can make a Technosmith. That's what this draft is. It's the world's biggest Technosmith, the biggest Techno you've ever seen, at least since they've nerfed it. Because Technosmith, I think, used to be a 1918 on the third player level. Maybe an 1818. Oh yeah, it was a 2288 1818. Well, we don't really get value out of Soothsayer Hermit here, but it's hard not to play it because it is level gated. So yeah, we're going to go with that. We can Aegis Wings. That'll be pretty strong, I think. And then I can Technosmith to trade with one of their plays, Leveling Grove, Glowhive Siren. So Aegis Wings is going to make this into a positive battle. And then Technosmith can at least draw out the Wildfire Maiden. I think we want no damage on our Soothsayer Hermit, as crazy as that sounds. So they're going to be able to take this out, but we don't care that much because we've... And maybe I should have ate their guy, because they're going to be able to take this out regardless. But at least it makes them do some work. If I had just blocked here, they would have been able to take this out without doing anything to it. So yeah, at least this keeps them honest, right? I don't know why I was thinking Wildfire Maiden was the same as Firestorm, and that it would deal the damage to them as well, because it is definitely not. So yeah, I kind of messed up there. But that's fine. If they pump here, that's pretty interesting. So now I am kind of... So they do kind of want me to Pterodon Mauler plus Aegis Wings. I don't know if I'm willing to go that much off the deep end. I mean, we can eat this later when we... Yeah, and it only keeps one creature on the field for us, which we want for our pummel packs. So, a little bit of a weird play. Well, we also get Technosmiths to positively battle that. So that's pretty good. Forgot how many Technosmiths we had. Our deck's just going to be super leveled. And then he plays a mobility card, I have to imagine, in the center lane. No, he plays a Technosmith. So I think we'll just trade off boards here. I'm not going to worry too much about this Windborn Hellion right now. It'll be fine. We'll draw something for it later. And I decide I want to level the Technosmith rather than just put Wirewood Ranger in lane 1. I think both of those would have been okay options, though. Pulse Mage gets to eat this, which I don't love when Pulse Mage eats something, but I think it's fine. I could also pummel pack the Pulse Mage. Ooh! I might have to pummel pack the Pulse Mage. No, I'm not going to get to. Yeah, my opponent's doing some crazy shit. Oh, whenever any creature moves. Interesting. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, my opponent couldn't have done everything. They decided to play in Ironbound Reinforcements as a positive battle. So in order to pummel pack here, this pummel pack is a pretty all-in play. But it means no damage on my Pulse Mage. Seems a little crazy, but I don't have any other good plays. So, we're doing some weird shit. Oh, my opponent's got... my opponent has so many creatures out, though, then. It's not too late to go back. Kind of is, because this can just move. Alright, it's too late to go back. All in. This Pulse Mage can buy me some time. We're gonna draw only leveled cards from now on. We've got Technosmith, we've got War Chargers, I don't know what I'm saying. We've got Technosmiths. The whole rest of the deck is leveled. Yeah, my opponent can crash into this and then move both of these post-combat. Means they lose their Windweaver. Yeah, that's a good play from them, though. So 12 is 9 plus 4. So this is reasonable. 8 minus 8 attack. Right, I can actually just do this. We do Techno, level, War Charger, and then play a Wirewood Ranger. So I definitely put myself in a really weird spot here, and can definitely get punished for this. I get to level Scout Drone for free, and I don't get to take out this, but I think we're in a good spot still. Alright, Nano Swarm to get significantly punished. I guess they played this? Oh no, they leveled a bunch of free cards too. But this isn't that bad. They are going to get to play another card still, right? But I think we're in a good spot here. I don't know why I say good. That's obviously not the word I'm looking for. But I'm not in a bad spot, right? I can use both of my plays this turn to trade off with this. So this is clearly Technosmith level Scout Drone. I don't see how it isn't. That's got to be better than leveling both of these cards because I am only going to get to play one of these two cards. But I think leveling the Techno or leveling the Scout Drone is still better. Especially with Soothsayer in the deck. I could draw Soothsayer next turn and then play that for free. So do I want to level Ironbound or Wirewood? Let's look at the level 2s. So I'm comparing this against the level 3, which is a 14-12, so about the same. It says higher upside later into the game, so let's go with this. And I drew Pterodon Mauler, Aegis Wings, and Glowhive Siren. These are all reasonable cards. I didn't draw Soothsayer Hermit. That is still in the deck. He gets Jetpack for the mobility. He's going to hit me. And I'm going to be okay. I've got Glowhive Siren to gain me back some life points. I could also Aegis Wings and then Pterodon here, but I actually want to level Glowhive. My life total's low enough. Yeah. I probably should make less greedy plays against Tempest decks in general. There's I mean, the reason there are times to make greedy plays, but when you make them against Tempest decks, they just have so many ways to push through damage at the late game. Like, even if I stabilize now, it's not going to be great for me. And yeah, that's important to realize. So my opponent's going to activate Wildfire Maiden. So it doesn't really matter that I can positively battle this. It just matters how big my remaining creature survives with. They're going to activate it because it kills this, and I'm going to make them activate it. So I think I block with Grove Huntress, and I pump either Soothsayer or Wirewood Ranger. And this kind of pains me because Soothsayer is so sweet, but I think I just want to level Wirewood Ranger because I have to play for the board right now. Ironbound Reinforcements is good. Nexus Pilot is okay. This is like almost a level 3 card. Yeah, I mean, there's so many cards in Tempest that can push damage, but in general, there's going to be a lot of mobility. Luckily, we can deal with that, so that's pretty good. And we can deal with that before he plays the Windweaver. So that winds up being very, very clutch. And we just have to figure out how we want to deal with the second half of this Windweaver. It can't really stay around and fuck with Ironbound either, so I think I'm going to put the +1 on Nexus Overwatch. And then put the Ironbound. Yeah, because it's going to be able to move over into whatever other lane we play stuff. So I think I like this. Just leveling Pilot is fine. Yeah, he was really far ahead, and he blocked a level 3 against a deck with a lot of ways to pump my creatures up. This hand's pretty good, though. Glowhive Siren, Pterodon Mauler. I do still think my opponent's pretty far ahead. This is going to gain me 8 life. And I'm going to have a 18-9. That's a trade. That's like all you can really ask for at this point is your opponent to trade some cards off for you, and that's a trade. So looks like we are not getting too punished. So the question then becomes, I definitely want to play Glowhive Siren. Definitely. Do I want to play Pterodon Mauler? Would I rather level Ionic War Charger? Would I rather... I don't really either want to put Aegis Wings on Glowhive Siren. I'd rather Glowhive Siren die. But I could get behind playing Ionic War Charger. And a leveled up War Charger in the deck is going to make it harder for my opponent to have setup creatures. Utaradon Mauler is a powerful creature on the board. It means that my opponent is probably going to play another level 3 creature into it. I would imagine that Utaradon Mauler eats a level 3 creature here. And because I'm playing another level 3, I think I'm going to continue in that fashion and just put 2 level 3s out against my opponent. But that's close. I have been watching some of like the replays that I post up to, like, I get the VODs of my stream and then I do highlights and I export them to Twitch and YouTube and Reddit, and I've been watching them. And in that exact same position, I have made a different decision many times. The choice between a good level 3 and just a different option. Well, if he goes here, that would be pretty fucking crazy, wouldn't it be? Alright, so I Aegis Wings and I kill this thing that he just made, right? Otherwise, it's just going to kill both of my creatures. It gets to kill my Glowhive. It's just has to kill both of these for free. And I don't have any good cards in my hand. That actually opens me up to be able to Pummel Pack, funny enough. Which is better than just blocking this. +6. Attack and +4. Yeah. I don't have lethal. I checked. This would be +3. So yeah, we're still a little bit off from lethal. Yeah, I think I like pummel packing this Siren after combat. A 20-23? That's going to be tough for him to deal with. It means I didn't get the life gain that I wanted off of this Siren. Wow. Okay, so this is, like, perfect example. I get really rewarded by just... What does that do? Negates the abilities from a Utera creature? Cool. Alright, well, I don't get my life points anymore. That's interesting. But I drew the same creatures that I was debating about, so I feel like by getting to play them and just press my advantage, I didn't get my life point gain, which is kind of a bummer, but otherwise I'm in a good position. I realized after making that play, I definitely fucked up because I have Aegis Wings in the deck. I want to give myself the ability to move into lanes to counter my opponent's plays, and I might actually just lose the game because of that. If I had put Glowhive Siren in 4, there are no available lanes for my opponent to play cards into. And my opponent goes Matrix Warden, pump Glowhive to kill Glowhive. To not kill Glowhive. Wow. So this Aegis Wings protects this. Oh, I could just move out of there. I could Aegis Wings and smack him in the face. I like that. I could smack him in the face for a whole bunch. He has the ability to remove abilities from my Utera creatures, but that's not going to affect that 39 damage that I'm dealing him. Yeah, I think 39 damage is pretty good. Scout Drone for free as well. He needs to pump that a little bit more. He could play a Matrix Ward in 1. That would be a pretty solid play for him. Technosmith. He's going to take another 38. Alright, so what's 39 plus 11? 50? Lethal Scout Drone? Pummel Pack post-combat? Do I assign strength then? I don't think I do. I think I go battle, pummel pack. So this card definitely can't be dealt with. And then I play a lethal set of creatures over here. He's got to remove mobility from this and chump block it, and then I hit him for 14. So he has to play that, that other thing that he had. Cool. This deck's pretty cool. Just make a real big dude. Fuck him up. Yeah, Pummel Pack Siren after combat. I don't know if I already made note of your comment, Mongo, but yeah, after combat. Clearly better. Nexus Overwatch and Techno Smith. I'm going to level some cards. I could Aegis Wings. And Aegis Wings on a Nexus Overwatch, pretty good. Especially against an opposing Nexus Overwatch. Does that make me change my mind? I don't think so. I don't think that makes me change my mind. It means I would have a 9 armor 2. So it's a 9/7 armor 2. It's going to take 4 damage and be a 9/3 armor 2. So it would have 5 health, but it would have mobility. 5 health plus mobility. But it's also my only creature, which means I could draw Pummel Pack, I could draw Aegis Wings. Alright. Listen, if you're going to draft double Aegis Wings, you got to be ready to play your Aegis Wings. And, yeah, that looks solid. I can make it a 12/7. And then probably just play Soothsayer Hermit. I could play Wirewood Ranger too to keep it growing. That's a shutdown though, so that's gonna shut me up. Soothsayer Hermit, can that grab anything? It can grab a Stegodon, and Stegodon can positive battle the Technosmith. Do we get rewarded for not leveling Stegodon here? That would be really funny. I think I'm just going to level Wirewood Ranger, though. And so let's see. How do we want to play this out? I'll block with Soothsayer rather than block with Wirewood Ranger. Plays around a little bit more, but also just, if he does have the Matrix Warden, I would rather not. I would rather not lose Wirewood Ranger. This probably should have gone in to... I mean, either way, my opponent can formation. Okay. That was a pretty good block. And if my opponent has a formation guy, he does not, but he's got an equally good card here. I also have some good cards here. Looks like it's just going to be Technosmith in the center lane. Level either Ranger or War Charger. Or Glowhive Siren. So it's really just what you want to level here. So I'm going to play Technosmith. I'm going to level... Wirewood Ranger. Then I'm going to play Steelskin Spelunker. And I'm going to Ranger the Techno so that those two cards trade. Venom Fang is good. Stegodon's good. I've got the rank up here. And Technosmith is good. I actually like leveling Shard Plate Graft. I think the level 1 is a little unimpressive. Oh no, Keganga. Alright, well, looks like I'm playing Venom Fang then. And... oh. Okay, looks like I don't have to play Venom Fang if I don't want to. I think I still want to. Yeah. Alright, so let's just do like this. And I'm going to level Shard Plate Graft. I could also level Palladium Pulse Mage, and I think that that's good as well. But we did level 2 Aegis Wings. We didn't see any Pummel Packs, unfortunately, but I do think Shard Plate Graft and kind of in general, like, pump spells are kind of good to level. It seems weird, but yeah, I think it's actually true. That's a pretty good play from my opponent there, though. I will have to put... Never mind. I was going to say I will, unfortunately, have to put damage on my Nexus Overwatch, but if my opponent replaces Overwatch with Overwatch, that's the main reason I never try to, like, kill it off immediately. There's always more. My opponent played 2 or 3 last game. So I'm just going to level Scout Drone. I'm going to play Wirewood Ranger, and we're going to hope that Ranger can help finish off Pit Guard. It can. We also have Aegis Wings and Ironbound Reinforcements to help do some work here. I think I will be Aegis Wingsing my currently existing on the battlefield Wirewood Ranger, and then playing Ranger, pumping Ranger. Okay, that's the first half. And Ordnance Captain making that into a positive battle. So that's pretty good for him. Wow. Yeah, that kind of stinks. I think that means I just have to play for the board here. If I play Aegis Wings and play this... What else do I have in my deck? 3 Technosmiths. Soothsayer Hermit. That's pretty good. Venom Fang is really good. Matrix Warden is good. Steelplate Graft. This gives 4 armor. So what I'm debating right now is if I play the Aegis Wings, do I kill the Pit Guard or do I kill the Overwatch? I think I want to kill the Pit Guard. Both of them level comparable cards. If I kill the Overwatch, I'm blocking with Ironbound, leveling Wirewood Ranger, and I'm not using this activate. Alright, and we'll activate there. Means our creature survives with 12 health. We didn't draw anything... I forgot what I was going to say. We didn't draw anything. What did I mean by that? Alright, my opponent's playing a Jetpack and probably moving over and then playing another center lane creature. I have no idea what I was about to say by we didn't draw anything. Actually, no clue. I can't see my graveyard right now, which kind of sucks. I can see my deck, and I can infer that my Scout Drone, I'm pretty sure I leveled it up. Common cards can definitely be better in decks than heroic cards. If you're talking about draft specifically, there are a lot of commons that are just solid... like, just really solid cards that you'd want to play. The first card that comes to mind, and is probably the best common card, is, help me out, the 1620, the 1620 that can activate to deal 4 damage to something. It's a 4/6 deal 2, 8/10 deal 3 on level 2. But that might be the best common in the game, and that outranks a lot of heroics. Borean Stormweaver was the card that I was talking about. Magma Hound is also really good, yeah. So I'm going to Soothsayer. I'm going to check to see if the card that I'm talking about exists in the deck. Scout Drone, it does. Oh, Ironbound. That was the other thing I was thinking of. Do I want to just get Ironbound so I can level it up? Yeah, I do. No, because I'm fine leveling this too. Alright, so I'm going to level Shardplate Graft again. And then I'll play this here. Yeah, there's a lot of good commons. I mean, Steelskin Spelunker is one of my favorite cards, too. This guy right here. The heroic cards tend to be splashier. There's a huge difference between Scout Drone and Aloyan Strategist. Aloyan Strategist is a bomb diggity dizzle. It's just the best. And I really want to kill it. I also really want to kill this. 5. Ursine Strength kills this. This is unfortunate. Yeah, Aloyan Strategist. Rotfiend is good. I don't love it as much as everybody else does, but it's good. I know it's on a lot of tier lists, though. So I'm actually just going to take out the Strategist instead of taking out my opponent's other cards. This play really pains me, but... So, if your question is, are there some common cards better than Aloyan Strategist? The answer is no. No common, maybe even no card is better than Aloyan Strategist in Draft. But are there commons better than Scout Drone? Yeah. All 3 of these cards might even be better than Scout Drone. Scout Drone is just unique and it exists in an interesting place. Yeah, I don't know if any of these are. I would definitely pick Ironbound Reinforcements over Scout Drone. I would be tempted to pick a Technosmith, and I'd be tempted to pick a Grove Huntress. Scout Drone is good because we have so many cards that go along with it, though. So that is kind of key to realize. So what can I do here? Grove Huntress trades with this, but so does Ironbound. So that's fine. These are going to trade. Scout Drone can trade here. And I might just go over and trade Technosmiths off. I think all those things look fine. What else could I do? Rather than chump block both of these, could Ironbound... No, Ironbound can take out either of these... But unless we like... Yeah, because this has the 3 armor on it still. So, yeah, I'm just going to trade cards off. So if Technosmith and... whatchamacallit... Sure. If Technosmith and Nexus Centerlane dude didn't exist in the draft pool, then Scout Drone would just be horrible. It wouldn't be good at all. What other heroics do I have in this deck? Soothsayer Hermit I do actually think is pretty good. This isn't a heroic, right? Oh, it is? Yeah. Okay, this card's shit. That's all my heroics. But... Wait, when did this happen? When the fuck did this happen, you guys? When the fuck did this happen? Alright, here's my play. How does my opponent have two Alloying Strategists? We might be okay. No, we're dead. So, I gave my opponent a decision because I didn't want to just open lane these cards. Okay, we can win. Cool. 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 What? He pumped this? I want to take 15 though. Larg. This gives +9/+9. Yet we have to play it. We could just take... I don't want to block this. Oh, this gives +3. That is very helpful. That is very, 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 very helpful. Yeah, in Constructed, Heroics and Legends wind up making up a little bit more of the composition of your deck, and that is mostly due to the balance of the game and the fact that no cards rotate, and there's also like no cost system. So in general, Legends are a little bit swingier and less catch-all. But there's enough Legends out there that you can play a deck that is like mostly comprised of synergistic Legends, and but there's never like an all Legend deck. At least typically, maybe some decks happen like that, but yeah, usually you do have some Heroics, some commons and rares in there. I have to deal with this guy, and I can't. Shardplate Graft. I have Shardplate Graft. Oh, I can also shrink its attack. Alright, so I think Palladium Pulse Mage is actually going to be relevant for a lot of the different options that we might have to take next turn. Might just be dead. But I think this is the play that I have to make, right? Because draw a hand with Nexus Overwatch in it. I'm going to have to play Nexus Overwatch, shrink this guy's attack with Palladium Pulse Mage, and then these two will trade off. Wolves. Wolves are lethal, and there's nothing I can do about it. Yep, wolves kill me. Wolves definitely kill me. Yeah, I'll kill his Patriarch. Just to say that I did it, but... yeah, we did. Got a little unlucky there, I think. I'm not sure how many cards we leveled. I felt like our deck leveled a bunch of cards. Yeah, we played 3 additional Technosmiths in rank 1, and then just didn't draw them during rank 2. We're going to take a whole bunch of damages here. Brace for impact. That makes us 1-1 in this draft right here. Alright, we've got Nexus Pilot and Matrix Warden. Glowhive and Stout Hide are also good, though. This looks like a solid opening hand, though. Alrighty, so Glowhive can trade with the first half of this. I don't really care about the second half. It's probably enough for me to play Glowhive here. Could also Matrix Warden. I don't really care about Matrix Warden. I think I'll just play a Pilot. Pilot's a pretty good choice for Aegis Wings. If we wait till... Oh, Pilot's not a great choice for Aegis Wings. He will lose a lot of his health if he leaves the center lane. That said, I think that he is still a good card to boot up. He's a 6/8. He's just not a good choice for mobility. I wasn't really thinking about that when I was thinking that Nexus Pilot was good. You think, okay, he's a pilot. He should be able to grab these wings and, know exactly how to fly around or whatever shit. But I do think I am going to go all in on Pilot here. It's important for me to not remove him from the center lane. But I can still Aegis Wings pre-combat so that he takes 4 damage. And then post-combat Pummel Pack, so he'll have a total of 6 armor now. And we've got a 13-10. It gets -3/-3 if I remove it from the center lane. But I can give it an additional 2 armor next turn, too. That's going to be a lot of armor. Our opponent already has to, double Swamp Moss Lurker it to kill it. Though they are in Necrium. So our opponent can relatively easily... give it -2/-2. But I think I am going to go all in, especially if they're making Fellwalker plays. Fellwalker makes it very tempting to move out of the center lane, but I'm not going to do that. Definitely playing Steelskin Spelunker. I might play Technosmith rather than play Aegis Conscripts. Well, we're doing that. Would I rather play Technosmith? No, because I think I'm going all in with this Pilot. So I think we just want as much armor as we can give it. I'm gonna give it Ursine Strength. I'm gonna give it Shard Plate, Mutations. I can't really give it Pummel Packs anymore. I can. They're just not great. I could give it Pummel Packs still. Yeah, Pummel Pack's still pretty reasonable. Ooh, legendary. I could move over and kill that, actually. My opponent's going to kill the, this guy, I imagine? Yeah, he does. So I could move over and kill that. I don't know if that's crazy to do on a rank up turn. That's kind of tricky, isn't it? My opponent gets a level 1 creature that I've made. No. A random level 1 creature. Oh, they're just going to get a 1/1. That's fine. I'm fine with them getting a 1/1. So I can level, or I can play Pummel Pact. I can play Pummel Pact. Do I just go all in? Play like Pummel Pact Wirewood Ranger? Open lane? Yeah. Yeah, we're going all in. Just the most all in you could possibly go. Die to Bitterfrost Totem. All in crazy shenanigans. Aegis Wings, Steelskin Spelunker, those are both really good. Well, I have to deal with this eventually, don't I? Called it. Fuck! Okay. I do have to deal with Murderous Necromancer eventually, though. Yeah, because that's going to happen every turn if I don't do something. So... I guess I need to do something. I can either Steelskin Spelunker here... pumping the Spelunker, and then Technosmith level Aegis Wings, or I can just Steelskin Spelunker and Aegis Wings it. That seems fine. I'll take 5 more damage. And we're going to go all in on this creature. We know about Vyrix Embrace currently as the only answer our opponent has. A leveled Vyrix Embrace is going to be... What is it, -6? I haven't played with this card in Constructed, so I don't actually know its stats. Yeah, -4, -6, -8. Glowhive lines up well here. Glowhive also lines up well here, so maybe that's better. And just Swamp Moss here to finally trade that off. He's got the Bitter Frost. Yeah, I think I want to save my guy. Especially because I have Swamp Moss in hand. Fuck leveling cards. I know I drafted a bunch of things that could level cards, but honestly, who needs them? They're pretty likely to be able to take down my Spelunker here. All they need is a level 2 creature, and they're like pretty reasonably back in the game. If they block both this and this, though, I get to continue the pummeling and just get a double armored pummel pack plus 2 armor from Aegis Conscripts, and my creature will have 8 armor again, the Glowhive Siren this time. Okay, so he's going for a save on the Grave, save on Graveborn Glutton, which means Ironbound Reinforcements is going to finish off Graveborn Glutton. And then a Scourge Knight's giving -4/-4 to the creature across from it, I would presume. Though he could take out that as well. That is going to mean that this is our only creature yet again. And I can pummel pack it. And then I have the option between Aegis Conscripts here or Ironbound Reinforcements here. Both are solid plays. I think I'm going to go for the armor. The creature's attack is already big enough. So, let's just armor up. I have effectively a 14/14 out on the field right now, though that armor will likely get double up bonuses. Yeah, alright, so that just eats that, and I believe this spawn is in a... Oh no! Grave Pact! Alright, so Grave Pact is going to put an end to a lot of our shenanigans that we would want to do here. We're just going to Nexus Pilot to play the strongest card, and then I think I'm going to Venom Fang this little neuter. So Grave Pact is definitely one to watch out for. At the same time, we can make this card a level 3 immediately. We can give it 18 health, and we can give it 15 attack. A 15/18, it's bigger than Steelskin Spelunker. So, that's going to be a pretty reasonable play. And yeah, armor works pretty well against things like that. Chump blockers, like my opponent is playing, are not really great against armor. I'm going to play that pre-combat. And I think I want to Ironbound here. I could Wirewood Ranger too. But I think I just want to Ironbound and make this a threat. Ironbound trades with this 5/5. Yeah, I think Ironbound just puts a more threatening creature out there. Aegis Conscripts is good. Sign Strength is good. Aegis Wings is good too. Yeah, I think we just play an all Aegis turn here. Just for the theme of the deck. Bitterfrost Totem kills it off. So it looks like Aegis Conscripts will be pumping that guy. And I think I will play Aegis Wings still. That will give it a total of 6 armor. Would I want it to have a little bit more attack? A little bit more attack could go a long way, I think. Shard Plate Graft is pretty cool. I could also just... no, I can... This is 4 armor. Alright. We know my opponent has Grave Pact. Eventually they will have a leveled Grave Pact, and at which point we've got to stop messing around a little bit here. But if they have Grave Pact, it's their whole turn. They play a guy, play a Grave Pact. It looks like they might have it. Nope, we're just eating those things for free. Nom 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 nom. And Soothsayer Hermit, I don't think we've got... Oh, but we've got these spells. We've got these sweet spells. Shard Plate Graft. Alright. After this, we'll stop messing around. Oh, we can only get creatures now. I forgot. Alright. We'll grab Technosmith and probably not play it. All of these cards are reasonable. My opponent hasn't had any creatures out. Let's play Wirewood Ranger. And I'm going to move back over so that we mostly eat this guy. We're just trying to get the most out of our armor here. And by continually... Well, I guess we haven't been continually moving back and forth, but just by, like, my opponent's making the blocks, I'm willing to make those blocks too, because we get more on-board value. We could have been dealing more damage to our opponent. I guess that's the other way to look at it, is just dealing more damage to my opponent while they dig for an answer. But I think this is pretty reasonable too. Now we have the option of Nexus Pilot or Venom Fang to deal with Graveborn Glutton. They're both pretty good. Alright, well, we definitely want to battle this, because otherwise he gets to make a guy for free. So we don't have to battle just yet, because we probably want to pump this. You know, it's funny if this was it's the exact same play I was just talking about. Like playing the smaller creature while you rank up, or playing the better creature just for the current board. I'm going to play the smaller creature, kind of because we're about to rank up, but kind of because they're like reasonably similar to each other. This hand's great. I'll take this hand all day. I can level so many cards. My hand's going to be so good for player level 5. It's going to be insane. Yeah, not really anything to talk about here. I'm going to sit down, I think. Don't mind these weird mechanical sounds. Alright, and they have Graveborn, which just barely survives as well. I don't think my opponent's ready for all this, though. Boom. Boom. Oh, and then also take 30. See, we made it look like we were this big, all-in Aegis Wings deck. But in actuality, we're just this grow-eye deck. Do we have lethal? No, we do not. I might want to use Aegis Wings so that my opponent doesn't get a random creature, though. No. It won't get mobility because it won't have the highest attack. We'll only have 10 attack. So what are our other plays? I guess they're really just this, eh? Hit my opponent for 12 down to 18. Means we have to hit them for 6 3 more times. It's doable. It also means we can hit them for 18 once, aka 22. What happened there? Destroy the creature opposing it? What? Oh, nobody told me that. Luckily, all Murderous Necromancer makes is 1/1s against me. So that's pretty lucky. I can't see what this emote is. I have to bump it up. Oh, Dan's game. Gotcha. Can you guys hear that? Somebody is calling the landline within my house. Crazy. Oh, that's unfortunate. We are going to lose our guy because they shrunk it. Well, my opponent is now actually in a pretty good position. So that kind of stinks. I mean, we can definitely deal with their board here. It's just a little unfortunate. So it looks like... Oh no, 4 armor. So I can put 4 armor on something. So I can make something survive this. So I want to go like this. Alrighty. We just need to get 1 creature unblocked at any point for the rest of the game, and we can probably finish them off. We've got enough pump in the deck. I really didn't think this game was going to player level 5, but it's going to be pretty funny when I... Oh, really? Barely hangs on? Alright, well, we've got Venom Fang. Venom Fang's going to do some work. Venom Fang is going to be our only creature. At which point... do we pummel pack it? Yeah. I think so. 12 armor. Alright, so I'm going to battle. Venom Fang's going to go here, kill this, and then receive 12 armor. I do need to kill this off as soon as I can, because our opponent has Grave Pact in their deck. But I think making a big creature is going to be good for us for at least a second here. Alright, that's crazy. Please no Grave Pact to follow up with that. Okay, that's not a Grave Pact. So, I really have to actually clear off both of these because my opponent is going to get a creature and it's got a 1 in 3 chance of just killing Venom Fang. Mobility would have been great, but I don't have it. Yeah, so what we need to do is go... Yeah, we just want to kill off both of these guys. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because even just keeping this around, it makes good chances that the Venom Fang is going to go here. So we go like this. We poison this guy. And then we Grove Huntress, and we put it on the Grove Huntress. So chance it was better here, but... Ooh, I can do the dream play. That's if it's Forge, right? Yeah. Okay, so the dream play is Technosmith, discard Scout Drone, and then in that same turn, Soothsayer Hermit back the Scout Drone and replay it. So we have that as an option if we want it. We also have... that's all that's in our discard pile. All right, our discard pile's shit. But we also have Ironbound Reinforcements as a play. Luckily, this is going to die for free. Our opponent's thinking a while, which doesn't mean that they don't have Grave Pact, but it might increase the odds of our opponent not having Grave Pact a little bit. I don't know. I'm just going to hope they don't. I believe it is still a level 2 Grave Pact, though. So, alright, there's Vyrix Embrace. Level 3 for a -8, -8. Oh, okay. That is really, really good to know. Jim in chat let us know that if this dies from the poison on his turn, it is still going to proc. And that is when it's going to die. So we can kill it with Scout Drone. Seems worthwhile. Or we could play Ironbound Reinforcements. Would I rather play Ironbound Reinforcements and then chump block this with Technosmith? No, this gives us a better board. So we go Techno, Scout Drone, Soothsayer, Scout Drone, Scout Drone. Alright, that seems reasonable. Aegis Wings is +6, is that right? Oh, +9. Okay. So it definitely gets the armor, and we can make something with 10 armor if this dies. If this doesn't die, then we likely win, because the added mobility for the Venom Fang means that we'll be able to open lane it and, like, double chump block. Depends what his play is, though. He might be able to make zombies or something like that that will keep his creature surviving. Right, he's got the Grave Pact. No big deal, no big deal. And he's got that. How much mobility does it get? Mobility 1. Mobility 1 is not as much mobility as I would like. If I just battle, I put him down to 15. Steelskin, Spelunker, Wirewood Ranger means it is lethal. Spelunker is lethal. So I have 2 lethal creatures. Is it 15? I hit him for 10. And I have... I have to draw 2 of these 4 cards. I think that that's slightly better here. Oh, shit. I didn't think about that fact. Alright, I think we got a little bit punished there. Still have a lethal Spelunker. But that's probably not going to be enough now. Wow, we might be going into player level 6, and these Technosmiths that I joked about are actually about to be level 3 creatures. That is a trade currently, but it makes that a positive battle. Huh, yeah, the trade is really interesting. That makes me kind of want to put armor here, though. I definitely want to grow wide, and I think I'm in a really good spot here regardless of what I do. So this is a trade, right? Yeah, it hits me for 8 and then 8. But if I give it 4 armor, it hits it for 4 and then 4 and survives. That's got to be my best play then. So that's my battle. And then I can play Techno, or I can play Wirewood Ranger. Let's go Wirewood. I'm going to draw a level 2 Techno here as my only leveled card. Nope. Drew Soothsayer Hermit. Finally, Soothsayer Hermit. Showing what he can do. And I actually drew Wirewood Ranger, so I don't know which of these 2 Wirewood Rangers that was, but potentially got rewarded in that regard here. This guy is lethal on both attacks. That's a very good Grave Pact. That's a very, very good Grave Pact. And they pump this. Good play by my opponent. Very good play. It looks like it doesn't matter, right? Because I go Aegis Wings. Oh, yeah. And we're just going to battle. We won't play our second card here. Please don't miss lethal. Yeah, Aegis Wings gives you a lot of opportunities for lethal. I did almost miss it, right? I wasn't talking about it for a little bit there. I was mostly concerned with what crazy concoctions my opponent was going to pull. I didn't actually think I'd need it. Now, if I remember correctly, I was like, "Oh, I'm fine." And then my opponent actually did play the Grave Pact, and that was when I actually looked at my hand. But before my opponent played the Grave Pact, yeah, I was just excited to finally see a Soothsayer 3, because that was our first pick in the draft. Palladium Pulse Mage, eh? Okay. Yeah, the Soothsayer Hermit was our first pick. Oh, right. Soothsayer can't get spells. I drafted so many spells after picking the Soothsayer Hermit and drafting around it. I could just level cards here, too. Wouldn't it be horrible? So I was kind of moaning the fact that, like, I drew the level 3 version, but it was going to be irrelevant because I thought I just had the game. And then my opponent made a pretty good play. I have to give some props to him. Or her. And, yeah, so that was pretty good. But it looks like we're in a pretty good spot right now with the cards we've drawn. We drew some mostly clunkers round 1 with Ironbound and Swamp Moss. Those are fine to get out of here. Currently 2-1. We're against Sabola. I recognize him from previous drafts in the ladder and such. Main thing with this hand is going to be, do we want to level better cards, or do we want to do the best on-board play? Looks like this is going to trade in 2 regardless. The funny thing is, leveling better cards isn't that different from our best on-board play. Obviously, Venom Fang would be great here. We definitely want to play Technosmith, level up Soothsayer Hermit, I think. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll activate this just because why not? It'll prevent us some damage if our opponent's creature gains Breakthrough. Though, I think I'm just going to Technosmith this guy. It's a 6/1, so what else would I have that deals with it? Matrix Warden? No, it's a Technosmith. Technosmith also does have the benefit of removing all of my creatures so that my pummel packs are better. Pterodon pummel pack or Ionic Warcharger pummel pack. I could see those being sweet plays here. See what my opponent does, but yeah, I'm ready to get pummeling. So that is a 5 attack creature, which I could gain 4 armor against. That is a relative non-threat. So here's, I guess, where I have to decide how honest I'm going to keep myself. I said that when my opponent is playing 10-piece mobility decks, I need to play more conservatively. My opponent is playing a 10-piece defender deck, most likely. This was a defensive card. My opponent's playing for the late game. So I think... yeah, I don't even see what could go wrong with this play. All in. Yeah, I think that's a good play. It's not like by making this play I'm like taking more damage or anything like that. Get to level and play whatever I want next turn. So, yeah, seems like we're in a decent spot here. And I think I'm willing to just trade off Nexus Overwatches, though I could just eat their Nexus Overwatch. That means I wouldn't get to play my own. I'll just trade Overwatches, hit them for 8. We do want to, actually deal some solid damage on them. That's a good play by my opponent. To overwrite. So because they overwrote, I actually don't want to play... I don't want to play my own Nexus Overwatch. Yeah, what I want to do is... eat their guy first and foremost, and play 2 Wirewood Rangers. So my opponent also tries to make a big threat here. And, yeah, I think it could work out well for them, but they could have like a burn spell, or it could just be something that they start to care a little bit more about in the next player level. There's a chump block, most likely. And let's find out. Was it indeed a chump block? Ooh, Frost Shatter Strike for the turnaround. That's pretty good. And then they move there, so I have to overwrite. Very well played by my opponent. I'm going to go all in now on Wirewood Ranger. And I'm going to eat my own guy. Very well played by them. Yeah, this is a weird card to pummel pack with, because it it means that you're not pumping other things. Yeah. So I could play a bunch of pummel packs pre-combat. But if I play them post-combat, my guy winds up with a total of like 14 armor or some crazy shit like that. Right? If I play one pre-combat, it's got a little bit more toughness, and I take this out. But how much armor does it have if I play them post-combat? I'm just trading armor for health directly. So it's 2, 6 plus 10, it's 12. Alright, let's do it all post-combat. Alright, Soothsayer Hermit. What the hell can that do for me? It can get a scout drone that I can then level with the Technosmith. I don't have any level 2 creatures. It could get a Matrix Warden. So Soothsayer is pretty good here, so is Technosmith. I want to put 2 creatures right here, though, actually. Being in the center lane is pretty clutch. Alright, I want to put 2 creatures right here. I can just play Soothsayer and Techno. And then level the Techno. Or not level, but pump the Techno. Aegis Conscripts could have been a good one, too. Alright, I think we're doing something here. Something's happening. Yeah, I think the level 1 pre-to-kill is fine. It would mean that my guy would have 9 armor right now and 6 health. But I think all that ultimately does is push through more damage while also giving my guy less attack. And I think this play works out better for me, actually. My opponent's going to need something like Frost Shatter Strike, Trial by Combat, something weird like that to actually kill my creature now. I don't think those do anything. Let's see. I mean, he pushes through damage. But now I think I just get to go ham. I'll pump here. And then I'll pump here. And here. And somebody can explain to me if they want why that's wrong to put so many pumps all on this one creature. But, hey, it's sweet. I get to play 2 Soothsayer Hermits now. So I'm very, very excited about that. Soothsayer Hermit has mattered a whole lot. Not really. It hasn't done anything at all. That's a trade, which feels like a chump block at this point. And then an actual chump block. Cool. Yeah, I guess the only question would be, do we want more armor on our guy? He gives +2/+2. Or do we want to give him more attack, potentially? If we give him more attack, we could also Aegis Wings him so that he's lethal in 2. Yeah. Now he's lethal right now. Yeah, he just got mobility for the first time with Aegis Wings. He didn't have mobility previously. I probably shouldn't have actually even moved it there, but that's fine. Yeah, I think this is good, just not giving my opponent the time to draw anything. And we are on to... Well, we're 3-1. Here we have Technosmith and the ability to level Aegis Wings. Seems reasonable. I do kind of like leveling spells, as I mentioned earlier. Yeah, yeah, sometimes I have to show my desktop. I don't know if anybody knows. If you know, please let me know, though. How to play Solforge in borderless windowed mode, or anyway. So I'm playing on 2 monitors, and I have it full screened on the first monitor. Whenever I click anything on the second monitor, which is like changing the name of the stream or anything like that, it minimizes Solforge. So I'm not sure what to do for that. If anybody has any tips, though, let me know. Glowhive and Aegis Wings are both good, right? I think how much Aegis Wings gives is like... maybe not. It's been really good for me. I shouldn't be shit-talking it. Aegis Wings has been a real bro. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's any way to fix that. I was going to message Stoneblade support. The last time I checked, that was broken. Solforgegame.com. It is nice that the Solforge icon will blink, though. Yeah, the support button on the Solforge homepage does not work. The side tab, at least. I guess I could just email them directly. I'll do that tonight. Just send a little email. That's pretty good placement. They kind of knocked me off of being able to play any setup creatures. Because what I'd love to be able to do, if I play Pulse Mage... Oh, I've got to move back over to see the chat. If I play Pulse Mage to, or in front of Wildfire Maiden, they get to battle and then activate, and that'll kill Pulse Mage. If I play Pulse Mage in 2 or 4, they get to do the same play by moving over Tower Scout. That would leave me with Nexus Overwatch. Though you know what? This guy's going to die regardless, right? So let's replace. And yeah, that's pretty reasonable. Soothsayer is not bad, but I don't think I've discarded anything. Yeah, I could get back a Venom Fang if I need it, or a Grove Huntress if it seems good, but doesn't look like I'll need any of those cards. It is still good to be able to draw it in rank 1. Happy about that. I'm just kind of listening to the wind sound effects that are in the back of Solforge. I turned off the music, but I turned on that little wind sound effect just for fun. The sound effects aren't bad. I'm not sure if I should say I really hate or I really love the sound effect when you lose a game. I don't get to hear it that often, unfortunately, but it really, the sound is like really, really bad. It's like, it makes you feel really shitty about losing the game, which I think is good. So we can keep Wirewood Ranger alive. It will just, and I'm not sure if they're going to activate here. It doesn't look like they're going to. But I can keep Wirewood Ranger alive because I have the Pulse Mage. I just go Ranger in... okay, well I can just put Ranger there anyways, and now I can keep Soothsayer alive. So this seems fine. Oh, you think that the you win sounds like a loss? Yeah, I don't normally play with the sounds, but I just know that when, like, I watch other streams, people always have the in-game sounds on for Hearthstone in particular and Magic, Magic Online. So I figured I'd throw the sounds on. I don't typically play with them myself. That's why I was surprised to hear the "You Lost" sound, because I legitimately hadn't heard that one until like my 3rd day streaming, because my first 2 days I just won. But yeah, eventually heard about those losses. That was the right play there, by the way, making this guy's attack really big. I can Pummel Pack. Seems kind of pointless now. I think I am going to level Pummel Pack, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anybody that actually really cares for the sounds, but, you know, I'm sure the sounds do... They gotta do something for, like, the more casual players. I don't mind the Solforge music. That's fine. Or however that sounds. I don't know. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, just to hear the sound of it being your turn again. Alright, well we can kill this with Scout Drone plus Ironbound, which means we could Stag plus Ironbound. I think I'd rather Technosmith. Could also Ursine Strength. Start to make a big creature. Nah. And when a friendly creature moves. So he's going to want to move this. So let's say... he wants to move it to the center lane... Two damage to the enemy player. So do we want to let him trade? I don't think I care, to be honest. I think he can trade and hit me for damage, and that's fine. Oh, I should have put the... I don't know. There's too many things to consider there. Let's level strength, though, actually. Ooh! Can we do any weird plays with Soothsayer and Technosmith and... Not Scout Drone, unfortunately. Also not Ironbound Reinforcements. Yeah, not really. The only thing that we can do that's kind of cool... We could play a level... Oh, no, we can't play a level 2 Venom Fang or Stouthide, because that would mean we're playing 3 cards. We can, though, play Soothsayer, get back Techno, play Techno, level Techno. But that's not going to be better than leveling Steelskin. So, yeah, I love Soothsayer. He was our first pick this draft, which I thought was pretty cool. Oh, that works out pretty well for them, doesn't it? He was our first pick, but we've yet to actually be able to really get much value out of him. I do have the Scout Drone in the deck that I can potentially get value from him with. 9, 5. So, this is like a kind of small part in the game, but it's always something you want to consider. I'm going to play Soothsayer, and I'm going to play Technosmith. Those are going to be my plays. I think I'm going to block my opponent's 2 aggressive creatures. I think. I'm pretty sure. I've got enough level 2s still in the deck and Swamp Moss Lurker for me to be able to draw and deal with this Tower Scout. So I can keep Soothsayer alive with 5 and Techno with 3 health, or I can keep them both alive with 4 health. My opponent is running Frost Shatter Strike. They have no Magma Hounds. Why not Technosmith in the center lane, leveling Soothsayer Hermit, and then Steelskin Spelunker in 5? That's a good question. The reason that Oh, you know what? I do like that play. All right, I'll make that play. Good idea, like a boss. Yeah, that play's better. I don't know. Sometimes you just get pigeonholed into something in your brain. You're like, oh, I know I want to play... I know I want to play Soothsayer here, and you just can't think about anything else. Yeah, that play was much better. Thank you very much. Alright, so I think that could be good. Hear me out. I kind of want a Pummel Pack. Urgh. Maybe I still want a Pummel Pack, but they're going to be able to... They're going to be able to blow up my shit if I Pummel Pack. Though, I could just Pummel Pack for the trade now. So, I've got 2 options. Swamp Moss in 2, Battle, Pummel Pack. That gives my creature 8 armor plus 6 toughness. They'd have to block it with an 8 attack creature to kill it next turn. And they've got this guy running around with 3 toughness left. Or I Pummel Pack, trade off, Swamp Moss Lurker, trade off. I think I like the post-combat Pummel Pack. if they don't have a level 2 creature, which they've already drawn their fair share of level 2 creatures, and if they don't have a level 2 creature here, might just win the game from this play. So we'll see. They're definitely going to take some damage off my creature. Then I've got this card waiting in the wings. I've got Wirewood Ranger and Glowhive Siren. Also is good plays. Oh, that's not enough. Oh, it is enough. They give this the bonus. Wow. Very cool. Then I actually don't like the block, because they can just activate this right now, which means they should have not blocked. Yeah, okay. They still do it. They just lost themselves 14 damage by blocking there. But that was a sweet play by my opponent. 4 plus 7 equals 11. So whichever creature I put here, my opponent's going to be able to finish off. And I think I do want to try to trade off creatures because we are going deep to the end of the player level. I'm going to do it like this. Hopefully Glowhive Siren can give me the life points that I need to stay in this game, and Wirewood Ranger can beef up a big creature for me so that I've got something good on board to pummel pack an Aegis Wing. Nope, he's got the Frost Shatter Strike. Yeah, that was pretty punishing. Oh well. Could still pummel pack this Technosmith. If I'm not pummel packing this Technosmith, what am I doing? Yeah, I like leveling up both of those cards. My opponent has been playing some pretty awkward cards. But my opponent has been making it work and not been getting super lucky. So props to them for sure. Like, I guess I have to pummel pack Technosmith, right? Or what else am I doing here? Which gives more armor. This gives 4 armor. So we will level this. Play this. And play this. So we have a 13-12. It's not a super impressive creature, but we have things like Ursine Strength, Ironbound Reinforcements. Yeah, we got some good cards here. Good cards indeed. Alright, my opponent chooses to hit me for 6 down to 59. They have done half of the work that they need to. This is a +8, which means Scout Drone gets to finish off a Wildfire Maiden. And that's definitely going to make Scout Drone the play here. Or, I'm sorry, Ironbound Reinforcements the play. And then I can Technosmith leveling Techno, or I can just play Glowhive. Actually, I like Techno leveling Techno. It's got higher attack, and the difference between 10 toughness and 13 toughness isn't actually that big. Though that's not true. I thought this was going to 11. Soothsayer Hermit is pretty good. Well, I win. I was going to say we can get back the Techno. So that is what happened. That's what's happened every time I've had Soothsayer Hermit in my hand. I've drawn it, and my opponent has immediately conceded, which I cannot really complain about, right? That's a good problem to have. That, my opponent... Oh, yeah. I leveled much better cards than my opponent that game. I think my opponent got a little bit unlucky at the same time, but I did definitely level better cards than them. Every time I've drawn Soothsayer, though, my opponent's conceded, so maybe that's just what Soothsayer Hermit does. I didn't quite, read the full text on it, but maybe it just actually makes your opponents concede. I'm going to level Grove Huntress here. I could level Stag, but I think just leveling Grove Huntress is good enough. Do I want to pummel pack this little Grove Huntress? We'll see. Soothsayer Concede. I should build that deck in Constructed if that's all you have to do is get a level 3 Soothsayer Hermit. Seems pretty sweet to me. Ooh, Bulwark Battalion. That's a good one. I kind of want to put Matrix Warden on that. What the hell does this guy do? Okay, this is a Metamind? Oh, no. He got the armor trigger. Okay. Deal 1 damage to an enemy creature. Unless he soups it up. It's got armor 1. So that's a good place for Technosmith to go. This is a good place for Matrix Warden to go. Means I'm going to lose my Grove Huntress. But I think this is better than letting these cards stick around. We just have kills on them. Let's just use them. I will level the Pummel Pack. I think it's just slightly better than Shardplate Graft. Okay, we get to level Scout Drone and probably level Soothsayer Hermit as well. Playing double Technosmith. This deck has a lot of Technosmiths. There's one pretty funny turn earlier in the draft. It was like 3.4, and my hand was 4 Technosmiths and a random card. And it actually wound up mattering. The game got to player level 5. So I just went Technosmith, level Technosmith, Technosmith, level Technosmith. That's really good. And, oh, I missed that, didn't I? Well, that's fine, because I'll play another Techno there. I'm kind of rewarded for playing a Soothsayer Hermit. Gets me a slightly better position on board. Yeah, so I've got 1 there, 2 there. I've got 5 Technosmiths in this deck. I just wanted to make sure I could level this Scout Drone. Like, this Scout Drone is getting leveled. Huh. So do we want to play Soothsayer? Or do we want to level more cards than our opponent? I think we want to level more cards. So I'm going to go Scout Drone. And I think I'm going to put Techno in 4. I'm not going to worry about the Bulwark Battalion just yet. That might come back to bite me. We'll see. Yeah, this is draft, so you're allowed to play all the Technosmiths you can find. And I did just that. Alright, I think Spelunker will eventually take out my opponent's Bulwark Battalion. And while we're leveling cards, I just don't want to get too far behind on the battlefield here. It's fine. My opponent can level some cards too. I didn't say it was exclusively my thing. My opponent is also allowed to level cards. I won't deny them that right. But I will level many more cards than my opponent. I think I will level twice the amount of cards as my opponent still, because this wasn't leveled. Alright, that's a real card. And what was the other card that they power leveled? Leveled a Blightwalker. Alright, that's not a bad card. Nexus Overwatch leveling Blightwalker. That is pretty cool. But we're leveling all of these cards and not falling behind at all. Our opponent could definitely make some really powerful synergistic turns here. Or coming up, rather. But yeah, I feel like we're in a good spot. We're just going to draw a whole bunch of Techno Smiths. Here we have the same option. Yeah, that beta might win the game, but we might have some other cards that could win the game too. Like a Boss, I am going to go with your play again. I liked it last time. It worked out pretty nice. We're going to go Techno Smith in the center lane and then Steelskin Spelunker pumping the Techno Smith while leveling our Soothsayer Hermit. That was a great play. Great idea. And I think I am going to put damage on this thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. Beta is definitely good. Oh, you mean about... Yeah. My opponent can... They've leveled a bunch of weird cards. I am assuming that my opponent also has some... Is it called Bulwark Battalion? Or did I just... Pummel Pack. I don't remember what Bulwark Battalion is, but I think that card... I think Bulwark Battalion is a really, really shitty card. My opponent could have some Pummel Packs or something to commando up. They did just level a spell, so we'll see what that spell was. It was a... Not there. Oh, I had to scroll down. Grave Pact. Okay, Grave Pact's also pretty good. It's not as insane in these colors, but still a pretty good card. Card has 15 armor. Oh, because this is another Metamind. Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah, these things are really weird, right? They just, like, ping things. Deal damage equal to its armor. No. Deal damage equal to twice its armor. So this gets to deal 6 to something. Yeah, this is actually a brand new card from the latest mini expansion. So we can take a look at it here for those people that don't know it. Oh, okay, they're all just new cards. I think these cards just came out like 2 weeks ago. But it is a 3, 8, 6, 12, 11, 19 Metamind with, I believe, 1 armor across all the levels. I think this is a display error. I think it only has 1 armor. Maybe it has 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's got 1, 2, 3 armor. Gets an additional armor for each other Metamind, and the other one is a friendly Metamind. And then it can activate to deal damage equal to 3 times its armor. Or, I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3 times its armor. So Ironbound Reinforcements does take this out. So I think that's going to be my play. I go Ironbound. He's going to activate this to kill off the Ironbound or kill off the Technosmith. And we say that's fine. I'll level Shard Platecraft. Might be how we win. Alright, we got the Scout Drone as the cleanup crew for the Aetherforge Oracle, and we get to either level Pummel Pack or maybe finally play our first Pummel Pack of this game and make a big Technosmith here. Alright, he goes to take that out, which I actually disagree with. I think he should have killed the Technosmith, but we'll see what else he has. He might have a way to give his whole team additional attack points. There's the level 2 beta. Curious if he realizes this Technosmith is not dead yet. I think he might, and he might be playing a second creature post-battle across from the Technosmith. Okay, so that works out for him, actually. Pretty well. So Pummel Pack provides us with 6 armor, which means I could eat this up pretty clean. Put the scout drone here, and then just post-combat Technosmith and Pummel Pack the Technosmith. What other plays do we have? We could trade off boards. My opponent did level a Grave Pact. That makes things... That makes things kind of awkward. Maybe I just want to play for the board here. I've got a pretty good play for the board. But if not now, then when? If not now, then when? Now is the moment. Oops, that would have been bad. Ranger. So we get to eat that creature for free. He'll have this, but I'll draw another Technosmith next turn to deal with it, or Matrix Warden. That's the same thing. So now on my turn, I can Pummel Pack this again, and then I can Matrix Warden and pump it up even more. And hopefully that is enough and quick enough that it is going to put him a little bit far behind and either deal some damage to him or deal with his beta. I mean, it's also going to be a, like, 25-20 creature or some comparable shit to that. So, yeah, I think this worked out pretty well for us. I took a look at my deck. Other than the Matrix Warden, I had a Technosmith, a Grove Huntress, a Swamp Moss Lurker, and worst come to worst, a Wirewood Ranger. And I also had the Venom Fang, which I didn't see. But I guess I had the Venom Fang in there, all to deal with the Forge Guardian beta. Part of the downside to Forge Guardian beta is that like level 1s can trade with it and stuff. So he's got some stuff on board. We took some damage, but I think that this is going to be a play that results in us getting more on-board advantage. My opponent is potentially likely to just play creatures in lanes 2 and 4 here and just completely ignore my Technosmith. In which case, that'll be interesting to see how that works out, because I think I'm all in on this Technosmith right now. I'm going to play every Pummel Pack and Ursine Strength and Shard Plate Graft that I draw onto it. And an Aegis Wings would be good as well. But yeah, mostly we want to get as much armor as we can onto this. That's why if you heard me say earlier, when deciding what to level, though now I can't remember what I leveled, because I see this Aegis Wings and this Aegis Conscripts both haven't been leveled. I thought I was debating which of these 2 cards gave more armor, and thus decided which one to level. Maybe that was a different game. Maybe it was just a different game. I don't think my opponent is timing me out here, right? They're clearly there. And did they battle already? Oh. Oh, this looks like something bad. Yeah, that's just one, like, it's just the same copy of the log over and over and over again. Alright. So my opponent's definitely doing some shit here. They drew their cards. This card gets to deal 4 to it, so that's going to negate this armor. I don't love this spot again now that my opponent has drawn their good cards, but I think we just got to go all in, and now we have a creature that's going to trade with their beta if they draw it. If they don't draw it, we've got some good cards in. We drew some good ones here, so that is pretty lucky. Unfortunately, our Technosmith was not able to go in the center lane. We had to eat that 6/2, the Aetherforge Oracle. If it was in the center lane, the Steelskin Spelunker would be the bomb diggity. But, yeah, it looks like we're still doing good here. Steelskin Spelunker eats this. I guess Ironbound Reinforcements eats this, and then we get to put some armor on Scout Drone. That looks bad, but I think that's actually a good thing. My opponent playing Vyrix Embrace, and then that, means that they're not killing it. And that's all that really matters. So we need to deal... I mean, this lines up way too well. Yeah, let's just grow wide here. So, this guy will pump itself. Scout Drone. And then this. Cool. And now we are in a position where if our opponent draws Grave Pact and plays it, which is one of their only few outs, that puts them very far behind on the board. And if my opponent draws a beta, well, we trade with their beta. If they draw a different level 3 creature, we get to trade with that as well. Yeah, sometimes in Solforge, Sparhawk, you have to make some plays that look really bad at the start to try to get some semblance of board presence. And it's always a tricky thing, and it's why cards like Aegis Wings and Pummel Pack seem so scary, and I don't play them a lot of the time because I'm like, oh, well, what if? But this is a draft where I just kind of said, during the drafting portion, I decided that I was going to be willing to pump up my creatures. So because of that, I drafted, like, if I just had one Aegis Wings in the deck or one Pummel Pack in the deck, I would be less likely to make the plays that I'm making right now. But I deliberately drafted a deck that had multiple of all of those effects so that I could snowball more effectively on my opponents. Because it's not the first Pummel Pack that's going to win the game. Sometimes if it's like the first Pummel Pack 3. But yeah, it's still the same game that it was, just some new cards in it, I suppose. But that overall strategy is still kind of stayed the same. There we go. We traded with beta. That's as good as you can ask for, because Technosmith would have traded with... Oh, we did not. Oh, that was never going to be a trade. Whatever. Yeah, it was never going to be a trade there. And I'm going to continue to grow my damage wide and separate it among different creatures in the hopes that that's the best strategy for us right now. This is maybe the biggest scout drone I've ever seen. A 1410. Alright, they eat that. That's kind of bad. Oh, and then they're just going to get to eat this. Are they? 8 armor? No, they're not. So I can give this guy +6/+6 effectively. I think that's good enough. Oh, I could also give it another +5/+5. I definitely like the Pummel Pack. Would I just rather also have a Technosmith on the table? Still have another Pummel Pack in my deck. So, mathematically, 23 is 1/3 of 69. That's got to be a sign, right? That I only have to hit my opponent with this guy 2 more times now. Soothsayer Hermit can get back the Scout Drone, which is pretty good. Or it can get back maybe Matrix Warden. It can't get back... I mean, it can get back Iron Reinforcements, but that's not going to do anything for us. Alright, Bitterfrost, and then he is likely going to trade with it with a creature that he plays. Yeah, that is a positive battle, actually. So I could get my free guy. Oh, you know what the play is? Yeah, Aegis Wings had a chance to finish the game for me. I actually do get to make a reasonably sweet play here, though. It's Soothsayer Hermit. Get back Soothsayer Hermit. Soothsayer Hermit. Get back Scout Drone. So Soothsayer Hermit was actually able to do something sweet here. This guy should have been in the center lane. I fucked that up. But, oh well. I'm just happy I got to make a sweet Soothsayer Hermit play. That was all I came here to do, really. I can go home now. Oh wait, I'm already home. Alright, well, now it's time to play some more Solforge, I guess. Yeah, that was a pretty cool play. Alright, so my guy survives. He didn't have a battle trick. He plays a witch there. Not sure what that's going to do exactly, unless he has like an epidemic level 3. And he's got a tower scout there. So I can I can Ursine Strength to make this guy survive, and it puts a creature on the offensive for me. I think that seems reasonable. Let me battle and then just look at these numbers. They're both at 6. You could put one to 9 and give him more awkward blocks. I'll just play a Technosmith. Should have played it in the center lane! What am I doing? Oh, God! I just refuse to play my creatures in the center lane right now. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. Oh, it's been a long day. Played a lot of Solforge today. So, I don't know. That's not excusable. I'm used to, like, you put creatures on one side and then you put creatures on the other side. That's, like, generally the right call. And it's also generally the right call because you want to keep your center lane open. This deck has an Overwatch and a Pilot of the Nexus variety, but I haven't leveled those cards. So, yeah, but because I have a Steelskin Spelunker that's level 4 or level 3 in the deck, that 4 armor is worth more to me than my opponent being able to play his own Nexus Pilot. Like, my opponent plays a Nexus Pilot in the center lane, it's 6 attack compared to 3 attack, but I get 4 armor compared to 0 armor. So, yeah, if I was able to Spelunk this and Matrix Ward in it, it would just be a much bigger creature already. So, yeah, just kind of silly. It seems like my opponent might concede, though they've been using their time fairly. Every once in a while, they use a few seconds off their clock and think about their turn. There's no reason for them to concede here either. I gave them a pretty reasonable board to deal with. It's 2 active creatures. Yeah, if they don't concede, I get to hit them for Matrix Warden with a +10 attack, which will kill them in 2 hits. Yeah, they were just figuring out how they wanted to block there then. So they get a positive battle in there, and they lose the game. That was a pretty close one. But we are... Yeah, Matrix in the middle. I should have put the Matrix in the center lane there. I just wanted to make the quickest play that I could. We are 5-1 now, so I'm going to queue for the next match and just edit my titles real quick. You'll have to look at a desktop for a second, unfortunately. It's a pretty solid deck. Oh, I pressed the wrong button there. Meant to look at the deck. Five Technosmiths is probably the sweetest part. But yeah, we got some cool stuff going on. Play against Decree now. And looks like we are going second here. So we can Stegodon, we can Venom Fang. I like Stegodon. Stegodon Pummel Pack seems cool. I have enough Technosmiths in the deck that I'll be able to deal with this eventually. I have to watch my life total a little bit because, as we saw in the last draft, A-bombs can be pretty powerful. But yeah, I think this is good. We're going to do a Pummel Pack over here. I'm not going to play it in the center this time because I only have one I only have one Steelskin Spelunker in the deck. I don't like it in lane 5 either. I don't think, because we just have so many Technosmiths in the deck that we're going to be able to deal with this. It's not a matter of if, it's just when. I might block it now because it's... Well, now it's dealing a lot more damage, but I would have got kind of punished, I guess, for blocking. War Merchant is pretty good. That's really interesting. So I have to block War Merchant. I'll be able to kill the Strategist. The Strategist might also be able to kill the Nexus Overwatch. But I definitely want to play Stegodon. And I'm going to play Overwatch, leveling Pulse Mage. Alright, here we go. Technosmiths. We got them, boys. The Technosmith army is in. Our Nexus Overwatch is clearly dying, but that doesn't really matter. What we really want to happen is for our opponent to pump up the Strategist and trade the Overwatch with that. Okay, they have the -3/-3. That's probably going to go on the Steg, I think. Yeah, okay. That's a good play from my opponent. Puts us into a pretty awkward position where we are... Never mind. They dealt with their own guy for us, but they also kind of sent a message. And that message was, hey, you think you can play 2 cards and just make one big creature? Well, I got a Grave Pact in my deck. But we took some damage. We wind up trading off with the board, leveling more cards than our opponent. Yeah, we're just in an awkward spot for future pummel packs. Ionic War Charger is fine. Yeah, those are pretty good. Some pretty good War Chargers. I can't really prevent them from eating a Technosmith, so I'll just play it. Still going to level a Pummel Pack over an Aegis Wings, I think. I think it's slightly stronger. We have a free Scout Drone here that we get to level, so that's nice. I don't think we drew Soothsayer. No, we didn't. And we also have Matrix Warden to finish off War Charger and kill War Merchant. So this worked out pretty well for us, I'd say. And just depends what my opponent plays in the center lane, if anything. No, they go with that guy. I might want to take out this guy. 9 is kind of a lot. I do have... I do have all 5 Technosmiths leveled in my deck. As well as Wirewood Ranger. So I'll probably get to deal with that. At the same time, I don't mind just taking 4 more damage, or 8 more damage. There's only so many more times I can say that, though. I don't mind taking 8 more damage, I don't mind taking 10 more damage. Eventually I'm dead. I think it's okay, though. I think it's okay to take 8, just to make sure that we kill his activate creature. We just draw our cards in a weird order here. Yeah, I think the Venom was good, but I think our other cards were just as good. I guess I could have gone Venom here on the big one. And, yeah, Venom would have done the exact same thing as Matrix Warden. So it was worth considering, actually. Huh. Okay. Not sure. I guess we're kind of punished. And a Scrapforge 1 that we might have to face in player level 4. I think we Pummel Pack. It's Technosmith. Level Shard Plate Graft. And pack it up. So we got a Pummel Pack here. Some good cards in addition to that. We could take Aegis Wings on the road and start trying to deal with our opponent's cards. Looks like a chump block to me. Nope, they've got it. They did it exactly. Very nicely done. Oh, they didn't do it, did they? Because I have an Aegis Wings. And while I don't love... Aegis Wings and move. I do kind of like Aegis Wings and eat. But if I'm doing that, Aegis Wings is just 2 armor. Which winds up being 4. This winds up being 5. The Ursine Strength might get me more damage, but the Aegis Wings is probably better over time. could just play both. I don't think I'm just going to play both. So it's what do we value? The armor? So what I'm thinking is the armor is like 2 damage now, 2 damage later. If we armor it up, it's going to survive. Yeah, with 8 armor. Okay. I could not play Nexus Overwatch here. Or if I play it, I could play it in the side lane. I'll play it. I'm just going to draw a bunch of Technosmiths next turn. So now they have to come up with 10 damage to deal with Technosmith. We drew some Stags on the rank up. We still have 2 Armor Smiths in the deck. Drew a lot of... I mean, we leveled 5 additional cards. Or we leveled 6 additional cards, actually. So that's why there's still 6 cards in the deck. And we were able to play 4 cards plus some, like, mediocre other cards. Graveborn Glutton for the trade. Graveborn Glutton for the chump block. Stegodon will heal off 4 health. Technosmith will eat this and level Steg. And we're ahead on board. I knew there was a reason I didn't want to take damage, but then I forgot. Turns out that reason wasn't Scrapforge Titan. It wasn't cards that my opponent had leveled. It was the Graveborn Glutton triggers. I made mention of those earlier in the game, and I kind of thought it in my head. I was like, I feel like I don't want to be taking damage right now. I'm not sure if I said it out loud. But that's a little bit awkward, potentially. Alright, they've got the Volt Tech. Can Ursine Strength the Steg to have it survive. It's probably better than some of my other plays. I could also Aegis Wings it to survive, but Strength is better here. And then I'm going to go Ironbound, and I'm going to start pushing in damage for the first time myself this game. Put my opponent down to below 100, yeah! We've got Scout Drone, Matrix Warden to finish off creatures that might block mine. But mostly we're just looking at those Glutton triggers. We are 5 Glutton 3 triggers away from dying. Almost. Alright, well that's unfortunate because Scout Drone does answer this, but we are not allowed to answer the Scout Drone. So I don't want to battle just yet, because I might be using the Matrix Warden on this. Doesn't look like I will be, though. It's going to take 1 damage, and it'll be effectively at 13, which means it'll die to Matrix Warden pumping itself. So I'm going to have effectively the same play as that. Matrix Warden pumping Technosmith. Doesn't play around anything additionally, but just leaves us with a slightly bigger creature. Alright, we drew some solid ones here. Steg, Techno, maybe Overwatch, though I really doubt it. There would be no reason to play Overwatch here. We don't need to level both of the level 1s in our hand. Oh, shit. It's fine. Oh, what did he shrink there? He shrunk this. That's a really good play by my opponent, and they are probably not going to move post-combat. I cannot imagine. They choose not to. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. This gets to deal 2 times. I'm going to do a play that's a little bit risky here. No, I can't. So I think it's better to block the Graveborn Glutton than block the Commando. Problem is, by not blocking the Commando, it gets to finish off the Stegodon that blocks the War Charger, unless I give it an armor. I can give it an armor by blocking Graveborn Glutton with Aegis Conscripts. Just means that if my opponent has a -2/-2 in their deck, they can shoot Graveborn, or shoot the Aegis Conscripts, give it -2/-2. And I know they have -2/-2 in their deck. They played Abyssal Maul. They played Bitterfrost Totem. They're in Necrium. But I think I have to hope to get a little bit lucky here and hope that they don't have it for 1 turn. Because if I don't keep my Steg alive, I don't even know what I'm doing. Like, then I'm just so far behind on board. So this at least gives me something that's a little bit proactive here. My opponent hits me for 6 down to 16, triggers me for 8 down to 8, or something similar. So I need them to roll poorly on their Glutton. How did that kill me? 2 times the armor. So it deals 4 damage. Oh, shit. You know, I knew that in reference to this creature, but I didn't know it in reference to Stegodon. I just brain farted there. They hit for 9 on their trigger, so I'm dead, but what I should do is play my turn very quickly so that my opponent does not notice, and give my opponent a reasonable maneuver to make. He could battle, then move over and kill the Pulse Mage. There's a chance that by making my move quickly, my opponent doesn't notice. I think they will. I think they've killed me. And I think that is it for me. Thank you guys very much for watching. If you enjoyed the stream, please follow the channel. I also have a YouTube where I post all of the VODs from my stream, as well as some highlights of... Sweet. Thank you. Always try to stay positive. Oh, there's that creepy You Lose music. I try to even make that positive. It's cool because when you lose, you get to hear the You Lose music. So yeah, thank you guys very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the draft. Like I was saying, I throw highlight videos up on my YouTube channel, which you can find by searching for No Luck's Given, or I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays during the day, East Coast time, on twitch.tv/NoLuxGiven. That's pretty much it. Following really does help. It not only lets you see my content and potentially give me feedback, but it potentially unlocks more perks for me on those websites. So while I am trying to grow my channel and that kind of stuff, it really helps. But even just watching, giving me that feedback, and letting me know you enjoyed the content is always good to hear. Until then, have fun tomorrow. Good luck, everybody that is participating in the Titanium tournament on SolforgeLadder.com. That should be fun. And I will see you on Monday. Thank you very much for watching.